I'm coming at you like an avalanche. Part machine, I've never lost a battle that I've had. Body armor like a soldier, I'm a champion. I'm the greatest thing to step out since the earth begun. Raise my fist to show my haters that I'm never going. Just as long as I keep breathing and my blood is flowing. The fire in my belly ain't a women's destiny. The time is now to take my chances, so come on and follow me. Yeah, I'm a warrior. That's right. 'Cause I'm a warrior. I can't be nothing less. Yeah, I'm a warrior. Let's go. Look, keep me steady on my feet, 'cause I will never drop. All this sweat and all this pain will never make me stop. I got my dreams in my palm, I gotta hold them tight. I know my future's in good hands, I know my future's bright. I climb the ladder with my strength, I'm growing tall. Words will never hurt me when they try to make me fall. It's impossible to fail when you're already invincible. So come on, test me, I'm the greatest of them all. Come on. This the anthem for everybody who know that they was born to be a fighter. 100%, nothing less. Let's go. I'm a warrior. I'm a warrior. 'Cause I'm a warrior. I'm a warrior. I'm a warrior. That's who I am. I'm a warrior. I'm a warrior. 'Cause I'm a warrior. I'm a warrior. I'm a warrior. We're gonna take on the world. We're gonna take on the world. Standing up tall. We gotta make it our own. No waiting around. Winners will never look down. No one can stop us, we got it. The future is right in our hands. Give it 100%. We're gonna take on the world.
Welcome to the greatest tournament in the world. This is a tournament where over 55 countries are competing to become the champions of the world. This is a tournament where you have to bring your game and not your name. This is eFIBA Season 4, and welcome everyone. My name is Zunaid Suleman, and today I am joined by my man Jar of Jam for the first time. Welcome to eFIBA Season 4, baby. How you doing?
It's an absolute pleasure to be here, India. I'm Taras Jarvjam Metinchuks, and it's a total honor to be presenting eFIBA Season 4, the ticket to Qatar. One of them is going to be played out today, and I cannot wait to get started. You got me excited, and I already was excited before we even started this broadcast.
It is currently 3:41 a.m. I'm sure my neighbors are excited and they are awake as well. It's going to be a great broadcast, man. We've got some great teams that are going to go ahead and compete, like you said, for their ticket to Qatar as we go ahead and show you all the regions around the world. And boy, oh boy, are there plenty of them to go ahead and talk about. We have from North America, 8 of them. You have from South America, 5 of them. Jam, last weekend, we went ahead and saw Africa, where we had 15 regions that tried to qualify. 4 of them made it out. And, of course, only 1 was victorious, and that was Morocco. Boy, what else we got coming up here in the world map?
Europe, with the biggest representation of all of the regions, 19 teams, and some big hitters are going to be there, like France. Today we're taking a look at the Middle East, but let's not forget the Asia as well, 14th and 15th of February. That's all here on. There's tons of eFIBA action throughout the month of February and March, and you don't want to miss it.
And of course, let's go ahead and tell you how exactly does this great tournament work. You've got some individuals that are going to be repeating and coming back as champions, and that would be the United States, that has been representing, that has been dominating, hasn't really dropped a game from North America all the way to when they were at Yin Shipping, all the way to where they were at Philippines, and they want to go ahead and continue to dominate as well. So that's one of the things that we're keeping an eye on. And of course, Saudi Arabia, Lebanon, Qatar, all these regions are looking to go ahead and make a name for themselves as well. And the way that it's going to work, we'll kind of quickly explain a couple of things. Is you have one country from all these regions that's going to go ahead and make it out, except in Europe. That's the juggernaut region, where you'll go ahead and have 2 of them, and they'll go ahead and compete as well. So this is your ticket to Qatar. As you can see, Qatar is the host country, so they will go ahead and get their spots. Already qualified is Algeria, and from the Middle East, you've got this matchup you can watch from the 2nd of today and tomorrow, and then Asia as well from the 14th and 15th of February. What we got coming up on the right side?
We are moving to South and North America. 21st and 22nd of February for the South America. North America will be on your screens 28th of February and 1st of March. Europe, oh yes, you said it right, the juggernaut. We have 2 tickets to Qatar being played out in Europe, so we're going to be seeing 2 representatives. That's why we have 4 days in total. I do believe so. Yeah, it's 2nd and 3rd and 7th and 8th of March. And of course, the grand finals all the way in Qatar. Yes, baby, we're going to Qatar this year.
And you know, in America, we always do things backwards. We don't like to pretend like we're part of the rest of the world. So reading these dates backwards was like, oh, wait, hold on. Are we playing in July 2nd?
Yes,
or
you are.
Is it February 7th? Like, what is it? I feel like I'll be the only one showing up with no production whatsoever. All right, we went ahead and took a look at the whole map, but now we're going to go ahead and dive into the first aspect of the Middle East. Now, you had some countries that went ahead and lost in the pre-qualifiers as well. So you do have Bahrain that went ahead and withdrew. So now we remain with Jordan, Lebanon, Saudi Arabia, and also our host country of Qatar. What are you thinking out of this region?
I think they're going to be the dark horse in other sports, esports that is. Saudi Arabia has been coming up with some strong representatives, and I think eFIBA is no different. Saudi Arabia is looking strong. It's a bit of a spoiler for what we're going to show you next, but they are going to be somebody to contend with, and I've seen them play, and they are spot on.
I am always happy to spoil as much as we want. I've got no issues letting out all the secrets. Let the cat out of the bag, Jam.
Okay, well, the cat is out. Saudi Arabia, number one. But okay, let's not dismiss Lebanon and Jordan. Lebanon took a game off Saudi Arabia, and Jordan, while being sort of 3rd overall, is no weak team either. And let's not forget about Qatar. You want dark horses? This is the dark horse as the host country for the tournament. We have not seen them play, so this is their first chance to show us what they're capable of.
And of course, this is the matchup where you do go ahead and have those opportunities for some upsets. So we're going to spend a little bit of time on this bracket because game number one that we're going to have a chance to watch is going to be Saudi Arabia taking on Qatar. And then, of course, after that will be game number two, Lebanon taking on Jordan. Now, folks, you might be wondering, well, you've got a dash and you've got game number 4 and 5. What exactly is that about? So here's the way that it's going to work. It's double elimination. So the winner of Saudi Arabia and Qatar moves on to game number 3. The winner of Lebanon and Jordan moves on to game number 3. Now, the loser of these two matchups that we talked about moves on to the lower bracket where they go ahead and face sudden death. And of course, this is the type of tournament where we saw Algeria that went ahead and made it to the lower bracket, and then they crawled their way back to the grand finals in the Africa region, and they dominated by beating Morocco. So just because you lose in the upper bracket, Jam, does not mean you're out of the tournament, baby.
Not at all. And also shout out to Vince, Algeria, did not believe it, but yet here we are. And over here, yeah, let's also not forget the format that we're playing, which is before the grand finals, which is a best of 3 that you might be familiar with. Everything else is played as a sum of 2 games, meaning that every single point counts. You might lose the first game, but you don't want to be just throwing your controller away and letting the opponent score points. In the next game, if you outscore them, if the point differential is bigger, you move on to the next game. So every single game counts, every single point counts. You want to continue scoring, and you never want to let your opponent just get some freebies.
Not even a little bit. Of course, if that sum of 2, if we play both games and the point differential is the exact same, we will go ahead and play a game number 3 to decide who is actually going to win that game and move on to game number 3, and who's going to go ahead and move on to the lower bracket as well. Now, you've been watching us for quite some time. I know you've been studying the game. You've been watching the games back. What are your thoughts so far on the competition we've seen?
It's going to be hard to separate them both in the qualifiers as well as in the final tournament in Qatar. Everybody's bringing their A game. Every single region, every single team pretty much has a star player that if you just pit them against everybody else, they stand a great chance. We obviously have some players that we're going to highlight later on. So the game is open wide as well. While threes are still the king, I've seen plenty of variations, and no team relies just on one trick. Otherwise, a one-trick ponies teams are never going to make it anywhere further than that. Every single team has their own great centers, just do a lot of rebounds and work the paint. Of course, the threes are still there, so you never want to just leave them alone on their island like Steph Curry. It's all going to be a blast to watch.
And with this format that you mentioned, I absolutely love the fact that it matters now whether you win game 1 by 1, 2, 3, 4, or 59. It matters how much you win game 2 by, because that spread we've seen come into play where you had teams in Africa that needed to not just win, but win by 14, and they did so in the first half, but they got to continue winning as well. Where if you get into overtime, that's cute, but you got to make sure you win by a certain amount because you dropped that same exact amount in game number 1. And of course, when we get to the grand finals, it'll end up being a best of 3. So a lot of this, I promise you, we will repeat and make sure you are informed throughout the aspect of it. And now we will go ahead and talk about some team power rating as well. We kind of went a little bit back and forth on this one. I'll do the first 2, you can carry the next 2. Number 1, Saudi. But not sorry. The Kings are back in the tournament and they're looking to dominate. And you've got Lebanon. Split the series, split the room. They're looking to go ahead and pull off an upset as well.
Jordan are the new faces making some new noise. Perhaps not very loud just yet, but we hear it right here in the studios. And Qatar, there might be just the hosts today. They're going to be threats tomorrow, and who knows how far they can go.
Now, of course, you went ahead and talked about Algeria last time. You obviously know what you're talking about. You've called out a couple of things to where the power rankings might be different than the talent rankings, but we have a little bit of insight on what's going on. What do you make of this? Do you agree with this? Anything where you'd want to flip-flop?
Oh, actually, I just come up with a perfect pun for you later. Either use it with Vince or I'm going to use it later on as well. Vincite.
Wow. Wow.
Thank
Look
you.
at you.
Don't have to credit me. Don't have to credit me.
I love it.
I mean, looking at this power ranking, I think it really displays the real situation that is there. Teams, of course, are welcome to surprises, and I think they will. I'm always up for a nice surprise. Just good old boring. We know who's going to win, yada, yada, yada. No, I think Saudi Arabia is their number one for a reason. And Lebanon, again, taking the game off Saudi Arabia, is also a top team to contend with. But Jordan can jump up. Both Lebanon can now be more prepared for the final qualification. And Qatar, it's a question mark, but it's a question mark that can have so much behind it. Looking forward to that first game they have versus Saudi Arabia.
And of course, if you disagree with us, if you agree with us, or if there's anything you want to talk about in this one, we'd love for you to go ahead and let us know on social media as well. We want you to interact with us. Let us know if you like our outfit, if there's a certain word you want us to commentate, a certain phrase. If you liked, what was he said? Vincent?
Vincite.
Vince. There you go. If you liked that or not, that's something we want to know as well. And you can do so on social media by using hashtag eFIBA. Let us know what you think about the dark horse, who you think is going to win. Whatever it is you want to know, let us know in the social media, on social media as well. Of course, the chat's always active. We'll always go ahead and take a look at that as well. And we want to know what players you think we need to follow, because we've got our own list of individuals here that we're going to go ahead and keep an eye on. And of course, this is based on the stats that we had the last time they played. You've got some terrific, ball movement coming in from Big Tourism Nemo, from Jordan. I mean, that man had about 28 points. 13 assists. That type of double-double type of game is exactly what you need on the offensive side. And then you've got the Chipper as well with 20 points and getting himself 13 boards. Those second chance opportunities on the offensive end are huge indeed.
You're going to be looking at ball moving as well from Saudi Arabia. 24 points and 10 assists on average. And quite close to him is Hel Diablo. Pretty much the same stats, just one more assist on average, 11 assists. He is a powerhouse, and he's going to be the player to look out for Lebanon, but it's not a one player's game. 5 players on the field are going to decide it, and 5 players are going to be representing each team. So, folks, even if you see just 1 or 2 of them on the screen, remember, every single player on the field on your screen is represented by a real player with a gamepad in their hands back at home.
And, of course, we are going to wait for word on the Saudi Arabian team taking on Qatar. That's going to be a fun one to keep an eye on. Of course, we're paying attention to the YouTube chat here. We've got the Twitch chat as well. Look, I've got 4 monitors. So
Good.
If I was ever going to go crazy, this would be the type of tournament where the lights are on. They're in my face. I'm looking pretty. I showered as well. I'm excited, man. It's going to be a good one.
Good. Whenever people ask you what you do for a living and they see 4 of your screens, do you do like I do stocks, I do Excel spreadsheets, or do you say I'm doing esports?
Well, it's actually the fact that I do all of them. I actually do trade stocks. I actually do take a look at spreadsheets as well. They just think I'm a lot smarter than I am. The best way I put it is I lose money in the morning in the stock market, and then I come back and do eFIBA and get my check right back. So that's the way I live paycheck to paycheck. That's the best way to explain it to them.
I think that is not the other way around. Imagine you coming here and all of a sudden losing money on this. What is this?
I can see our producer being like, hey, man, you said Morocco won instead of Algeria, so we're going to take away just a couple of figures. So we're just going to take away a comma from your paycheck as well. No, we've got a great tournament lined up as well. You're, of course, in the studio, so that's an exciting aspect of it for you. We've got a great tournament lined up. We're soon going to go in and get a chance to see Saudi Arabia taking on Qatar. What are you expecting out of this head-to-head matchup?
I think Saudi Arabia are going to be playing like the top teams. So immediately we're going to be seeing them putting the force and pressure on Qatar, forcing Qatar to basically get up and play Saudi Arabia's game. It's going to be really hard for Qatar to keep up. Again, number 1 ranked team, both in talent power rankings and the pre-qualifier placement. And we've already highlighted 2 of their players as well. So, it's if you want to have a team to cheer for, you can pick Saudi Arabia. But Qatar can still throw in a wrench in the works. Again, sometimes a wildcard team is all that it needs to completely force the opponent to play differently, to all of a sudden drop all of their plans and start trying to improvise. And if you're not good at improvising, at adapting to the game, it spells trouble.
Oh, indeed it does. And you can see the talent power rankings. And of course, with Qatar being the host nation, they get a chance to go ahead and dominate and claim all the spots for themselves. We'll let you know how that's going to break down here momentarily. But like we've seen in all the other regions, there's certain aspects of the more possessions you're able to give your offense, the better off you're going to be. The more chances you have to go ahead and get the job done as well. So that's going to be the key for me, is going to be always those second chance opportunities on the offensive boards. The steals that come in on the defensive side, whether that's trying to steal it on the passing lanes on the defensive side, or whether that's just plucking it from the ball handler themselves as well. That's going to be key. I know you downloaded the game. I know you started playing it. If you were to play in this tournament, what position would you want to rock with?
I'm the point guard. I keep on playing point guard throughout me playing NBA's a variety of makes. So yeah, I like passing. Again, Steph Curry as a player is, I guess, my favorite player, and his ability both to pass and to drop these deep divers is what I really stick with. Of course, there's MJ, there's Kobe, but give me Steph Curry any time of the day.
So, well, I mean, let's just go and ask this question now: LeBron or Michael Jordan?
Michael Jordan.
All right, go ahead and mute his mic. Well, I'll do the show by myself. That's totally fine. I have no problem. But no, it's always a great battle between those two. It's always a great conversation about those two. Might be his final here. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. But we're just waiting for a couple of things, and we're going to get the ball rolling as well. You went ahead and saw Saudi Arabia that went ahead and competed. I'm looking at a couple of stats. You had well moving, that if I say was moving pretty well. Had 26 points and 13 assists when he played Jordan. They won that one, by the way, 172 to 133. So the games can go ahead and get that high.
Is there a defense? Did both teams forget to bring their defense? Was it just... I want to just get an average on those points, because that's crazy. A point every, 10 seconds?
I should have emphasized, it is kind of like a combination of the games that they played. But I will say this, we have seen players that have gone all the way up to like 160 plus or something like that.
I've seen that.
I mean, at that point, come on. What are we doing? What are we doing?
Padding the stats.
I'd like the ability to pad some stats. I typically never get the ball my way anyhow. But then on the other side, I'm sorry, I think I couldn't hear you there. But we've got a couple of things that are coming up as well with this matchup. Is there anyone in particular that you're keeping an eye on, whether it's on the Saudi Arabia side to go ahead and set things up on the offense or defensive side, outside of the people we talked about?
I think Nasser is a good player when it comes to threes. Again, that's one of the players I'm going to be looking for, but well moving is also there on the field. So 2 danger spots. Again, threes can be thrown from anywhere. If the deep bomber activates, all of a sudden the whole field is your playground. So I think, again, threes are still integral, I would even say, part of the game for NBA 2K. So these two, if not well moving, then Nasser. And of course, there's the work in the paint. I'm trying to quickly check who has the most rebounds, and I can't seem to find who is the center for the Saudi Arabia. Again, if not threes, then work in the paint. You mentioned those rebounds. You mentioned those second chances. And if the opponent is not ready to challenge those rebounds under the basket, then all of a sudden you're just getting a free reign of getting the ball back into the net.
Yeah, Chopper's the one that you were looking for there. By the way, folks, let us know in the chat who you think is going to win. You could go ahead and wave the flag. You could go ahead and put the hashtags in there. Let us know who you believe is going to go ahead and win this matchup between Saudi Arabia taking on Qatar. And Jam, let me tell you something. I got a note of this last night, and I need everyone to go ahead and pull out their phones. I need you to pull out an extra tab. Don't close out this browser, or else you won't hear about to tell you. But I need you to go to eFIBA.basketball. I mean, that website that we've got is beautiful. You can check out the schedule. You can check out the teams, the players, the rule, the stats. It's looking really pretty.
Oh my God. Keep talking, India. I'm just going to look at the website.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Like I said, because you picked Jordan, I'll just go to do the whole show myself as well. But, I'm a big stats junkie. I want to know who's doing really well. If I'm playing the game and I dominate, I want to see my stats get upgraded ASAP. But again, that's eFIBA.basketball. Go ahead and check us out, and we will go ahead and see what's going on there. I want to go ahead and bring up the bracket here in a second again to go ahead and explain to the folks how the tournament is going to work out, and we can talk through a couple of things as well. So if you're just joining us, we're going to go ahead and recap this for you. This is going to be a double elimination tournament for the Middle East Qualifiers. We're going to go ahead and start off with game 1, which again is going to be a sum of 2. We'll have Jam explain that here momentarily. Then you go to game number 2 between Lebanon and Jordan. The winner of these two matchups will go ahead and play in game number 3. The loser of the first two matchups will go to the lower bracket for a sudden death matchup. My man Jar of Jam, explain to us the sum of 2.
Oh, it's if you ever done math in school, it's you add
Never.
the 2 games
Never.
Never? Okay, it's
Listen,
going to be...
They wanted me to find X, and I said, put it in the back of a milk carton. Don't know. They'll figure it out.
Man, I'm with you. The moment they took numbers out of math, I was, see you later. I do not want to do this anymore. I was really good when the numbers was there, but they just... nasty. In any case, the sum of 2 is very simple. We always play 2 games up until the game number 6. 2 games, whatever happens in the game number 1, we play game number 2, and then we add those 2 games together, which means every single point you score matters. If you barely eke it out in the first game, you need to make sure you do the second game strongly. Otherwise, your opponent has the chance to overtake you. And whatever the difference is at the end, even if it's just 1 point, still, that team wins. If the score is even, well, we play an extra game. Let's see if that's going to happen. Haven't happened so far, as far as I know, but it could be very exciting for us to get another sudden death kind of game.
Absolutely. And we mentioned how in the Africa qualifiers, we had Algeria that lost to Morocco in game 3. So they went to the lower bracket, and they had to earn their right to come back to the grand finals, which of course is game number 6, which of course is a best of 3. And they went ahead and got the job done because they won game number 1, they dropped game number 2, and they came back to win game number 3. So I'm telling you, just because you lose one game does not mean you are out of this tournament. And those are the great things where you get a chance to go ahead and bounce back as well. You get moments here where you're going to go ahead and see Saudi Arabia take on Qatar. Once again, my name is Zunaid Suleman. That's my man Jar of Jam. Pronounce your last name for the folks at home again, because I don't want to butcher it.
Okay, I pronounced the whole thing. Taras Metenchuks.
Taras Metenchuks.
Yeah, you got it.
Honestly, it's like I was born there with you. You know what I mean? I feel like I nailed the pronunciation. We are searching for the game here, so we'll get you that shortly as well. Again, the keys to game for me is going to be the second chance opportunities. I know that's something that you're talking about as well. Something else is to see how fast-paced we can be in that first quarter, right? Because when it matters, not just if you win, but also the point differential, you want to get off to a fast start. You want to go and put some pressure on, especially if you're Qatar. You want that cushion because you know Saudi Arabia always is going to be within striking distance. So the bigger lead that you build, the better it's going to be for you as you move on to the second, the third, and the fourth quarters.
Yeah, and honestly, you mentioned speed. I've already seen so many ankles broken. I think there's a truckload of broken ankles that we have to wheel out after the Africa qualifiers. I think Middle East is going to be no different than that. The movement on the field is incredibly fast, and you need to be on your game and thinking 2-3 steps ahead where the player is going to go, because you cannot just be stationary and try to wave your hands. Ladies and gentlemen, first game of the Middle East qualifier for eFIBA Season 4, and it is, no surprise, it's Saudi Arabia. 3 is not going to be good.
Not that time, but they're going to get a chance to go and get some defense going as well. Stolen away is Saudi Arabia. Coming down the court, looking to find some space, gets it over to the left side, swinging the ball around like they're the Spurs, and just like that, Jam, they knock down the 3 they missed earlier, and they get themselves on the board.
And that was well moving with the assist, so not just moving on the field, dishing that ball out, moving it around. Who's he got the strap is the player we also would like to keep a look at. He is actually the player that you see on the right side of the screen, but these 3s just keep on coming. As you see, there's nobody defending that player at the three-point line. And so Saudi Arabia just continues to rack those points.
It's all smiles there if they knock down another 3, but you do have Qatar that goes ahead and gets their first points of this tournament. As the host nation, they definitely want to show up and show out, but they aren't doing so on the defensive side as they give up 3 back-to-back-to-back 3s from the quarters.
It seems like Saudi Arabia is just allowed. Oh, there's a 3 from the corner, not going to go in. But Saudi Arabia is just there already. Another 2 is going to go in. That's 11-2, a 9-point differential. Saudi Arabia just allowed to play their game. They don't have to change anything. They just get in their positions and bam, there they are.
And of course, this is where they went ahead and started off with a missed shot, but they bounced back, going on an 11-2 run. That shot's not going to go. Rebound secured by Saudi Arabia. That's another three. That is now 4 straight threes for them that they've been able to make after missing the first one. And just a reminder for folks, you do have 2 individuals that you're seeing on your screen, 3 individuals. This is truly a game of 5-on-5. So each player is controlled by a human being, even though you may just see a couple of players on the screen.
Okay, and yeah, we're seeing Osama PG for the Saudi Arabia on the left side of the screen, and once again, Uzi got the strap for Qatar on the right side as the points keep on accruing for Saudi Arabia. All the while, Qatar, they get their possessions, but I feel like they always take some of the hardest shots, and they try to take them very fast from position that perhaps is not the best. Another 3 does not go in, and by that point, Saudi Arabia is already on the other side of the field getting their 3s.
Hey, man, listen, I got to pull out my calculator in case this one doesn't go the way that Qatar would have liked. Things are getting real bad, real ugly for them early on, but keep in mind, there is plenty of basketball left for them to come back in this one. They're trying to swing the rock around. That time they swing it to the other team, and that's going to be a foul, possibly a transition take one, and it is, as they're going to go ahead and head to the line to get some freebies. 22-2. An amazing start here from Saudi Arabia. You can see this is why they are the favorites to go ahead and dominate this Middle East region. Well moving. Swings it out to the left side. That 3 knocks it down.
And Qatar is playing very close in the paint and closing out the players on the line just at the very last moment. So an open game for Saudi Arabia. I think that's an 8 shot for Qatar. Does not go in. Osama GG, even while barely catching that ball, still has enough foothold to get that 2 going. Okay, Qatar, show us what your game plan is. Okay, a little bit of pick and roll. Back to Uzi, got this trap there, trying to move the ball around. And okay, these 2s under the basket are working well for them.
You did have both of their shots that went in, both of their buckets, if you will, came in from the cuts on the right side as that 3 knocks it down one more time. At this point, they're just going to score the most. That's what they're going for. It's like the record of the most points scored in eFIBA qualifiers as Qatar responds back with the first 3 of the ball game.
Okay, maybe this is just starting jitters for Qatar, getting their aim ready. Some GG, that 3 is in, so immediate response for Saudi Arabia. But the first quarter might be just the time for Qatar to adjust. It's going to be a tough scoreline to look at. They still need to be working to get their games. Oh, a screen, we're going to get a foul, and the ball is going to get inbound once again.
Got to go ahead and learn how to set those screens properly as they get called for an illegal one here. Saudi Arabia looking to bring it up the court, gets to the top of the key, to the right side. He's got the badge. He's got the 3.
They're ready up there and badged up. And wherever you look, I think 3/5, 4/5 of Saudi team are working well. Saad waits on the flank, doesn't go for an immediate 3. Uzi got the strap. Uzi got the 3.
And they continue to try to go ahead and close down this deficit. And we'd love to show you in the chat the poll results as well. We asked you who you believe is going to win. And the question was, will Qatar upset the last year champs? 80% of you said, I am really worried for Qatar. And Jar of Jam, I think you can see why.
Yeah, we are worried over here as well as another 3 goes in. The points just keep being raked up. Still, they work the 2s already. There's the foul. We're going to be working out the other way around. Uzi got the strap. They move the ball around. They have the opportunities for 3s. Again, they have the chances as Uzi is trying to break the knees of Khalid. And Rafael, another 2. 12 for Qatar. So they're not out of it just yet. But look how quick the transition is for Saudi Arabia. They already know that they can commit a player very deep. And I think Qatar needs to counter that.
You have .1of1 in the chat, in the Twitch chat, saying Saudi will win the World Cup. I mean, listen, if they're able to go ahead and beat their opponents like this one and come out swinging, then they definitely have a great chance to make a statement on the world stage in Qatar. Dates to be announced later on.
It's to be announced later on. Uzi, oh God, he is just dancing on that field, but that 3 does not go through. Already on the other side, Sama GG. Not with this tree, okay? It's a rare occasion that the Saudi Arabia does not get the bucket. But I don't think they're unduly worried. It's perfectly fine. 46-12.
They are human themselves. At least lets you know that they're not using a Zen or anything crazy like that. By the way, you do have a couple of shots where you are not going to be able to get them, right? So if you shoot with a joystick, you're not going to have those baskets count. We'll call it the game, and then we'll let the admins let us know if a certain point does or does not count in terms of the basket. And we'll let them figure out the math and communicate that over to us.
All right.
Goes ahead and gets that and one to cut the deficit a little bit down.
That Ben Falafel working 4 points for him already, and that's and one and goes in.
Saudi Arabia bringing it up the court. Gets the cut from the right side. Defender falls asleep. And Saudi Arabia looking to get past 50, possibly get past 60. But Qatar says not so fast. We've got a little bit of offense left in us as well.
A little bit of that juice and that good on sauce. Well moving. Well, okay. Of course, Chopper is there, and he's not going to get that three, but he was wide open. And you could see how they just pulled the defense of Qatar apart. Qatar continues on working and sending the ball right to the bucket, and it works out for them. Of course, they get 2 points. Saudi Arabia gets 3. In the end, the math works out in favor of Saudi Arabia, and that 3 works out in favor of well moving.
As they go ahead and get the pick and roll to work in their favor to go ahead and get some separation at the top of the key. Uzi gets it over down low. He's got to reset that back one. Nasser kicks it out to the right side. Cousins back over to the left with Uzi. And that's going to be a violation. 3 seconds.
Oh.
Offensive 3. Just having a little too much fun down there and forgot to get out the paint.
Oh, God. I've actually done that many a times. I just really want to be in there, even as a point guard. Just want to be right there in the action. Quick movement, quick 3. See you later.
Qatar looking to get something going on the offensive side, possibly string together a run of their own, but it starts right here, right now. Trying to get some separation again. Tries to go in and call the cut from the right side. This time, Saudi Arabia is awake, and they go ahead and take it the other way. That's a 4-point swing, 56-20.
It seems like Saudi Arabia has gotten smarter and knows where the ball is going to go because Qatar is pulling the same play over and over again. Uzi bounces off the rim and out. Yeah, by the end of this game, the stats are going to be wild as the Saudi Arabia just keeps on moving the ball around. Drops a little bit of timeout as well. 2 minutes remaining in the second quarter, and it is a 36-point advantage to Saudi Arabia.
What's unfortunate at the moment is that if Qatar doesn't bleed into this lead and cut into this deficit, they're going to have a tough time in game number 2, not just winning the game, but winning it by the point differential that they need, as you have Saudi Arabia goes ahead and gets the offensive board, comes up and pulls it in from the elbow.
Chopper, again, working underneath the rim. And with the rest of the team always ready to help out, the defense of Qatar, it's 5 versus 5, but it feels like Qatar has to contend with like 7, 8 players on the field. That's how much Saudi Arabia is moving about and finding these opportunities in open spaces. Case in point.
Swinging it over, and they keep on piling it on. Of course, at this point, you might have Saudi Arabia that has more threes than actual field goals made from Qatar. But Qatar putting up a good fight, trying to go ahead and get themselves back in this ball game. Uzi looking for some separation. Qatar comes inside, takes the short meeting, doesn't go. Flinging it to the other side. Saudi Arabia gets it over to the right hash. That 3 doesn't go, but a rebound secured. That one stolen away, though. Going the other way. Qatar takes that shot. That one doesn't go. Rebound secured by Saudi Arabia. The 3 from the left side is good.
Oh, yeah, I think we need like a break over here with somebody scoring so we can get an inbound ball and continuing on. But there was a chance for an alley-oop for Qatar, but they did not take it. 3 from the corner. Saudi, yes, that's going to go in. But there's needs to be more of that, much more frequent. And somehow this bleeding needs to be stopped on the other side of the court as Sama puts in another one in. 67. Yeah, you mentioned it, India. Those stats are going to be wild. Probably more 3s than the 2s taken from the Qatar.
As they go ahead and fling that one from the right hash, knocks that one down. 16 seconds left in this second quarter. Saudi Arabia can hold on to it if they want to, but they go ahead and take that shot. Now it's Qatar with the final possession. 5 seconds to work with. Got to get it past half court and got to find themselves an open shot. They did the first, not the second. And that's the way that this quarter, is going to end with the half, as it's Saudi Arabia that is just dominating in the first half.
I think, Indy, even without your math knowledge, I think just looking at the numbers, you could realize which team is winning and which team is dominating. And that is by far Saudi Arabia. Their numbers are wild.
And we will see if Qatar is able to go in reverse and flip the script in their favor, as Uzi, not the type of star you want, gets that one tipped out of bounds. It is going to go and stay with Qatar. Inbound the ball to Cousins. My apologies. Gets it over to the left side to Uzi. Uzi with it now. Flings it over to the left. That one's contested. Not going to go. Rebound secured by Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, they're not allowing Saudi Arabia, that is, to get Qatar even a breather, even a bit of space. But over here, all of a sudden, wide open and a perfect play. 40 points separate Saudi Arabia and Qatar. And they're going to be hard-pressed to find anything. Again, they have the chances, but look at that in the corner. Player for Qatar, that is DeMarco Cousins, just covered on top by every single player that dominates him. Bin Falafel, fantastic name, cannot get the bucket already on the other side of the field. Osama, 3-point.
Gets that one to drop 72-29. The biggest deficit we've seen thus far in the qualifier round. The pre-qualifier, of course, we've seen some wild ones. But in the qualifiers thus far, this is the biggest one. Getting in the way of Saudi Arabia. Gets called for a blocking foul. Taking it out of bounds is Qatar.
Getting in the way of Saudi Arabia. Wow. That immediately gets stolen. Not even a chance to get the ball in your own way from the corner. Yes. It was what I would say if it goes in, but it didn't. India, it just absolutely didn't. And we just keep on going back and forth until somebody finally scores. But at this point, Saudi Arabia has bulldozed over their opposition, and Qatar needs to show the diametrically opposite play in the remaining half of the game.
I'm sure Qatar would love it if we played next basket wins. And they would not get the job done there either. Saudi Arabia flings it all the way to the left. That's going to be a 3. That's going to be good. Excuse me, foot on the line. Counted as a 2.
Well, they saw it on the court, called it accordingly. Passes back and forth. Even with some opportunities, Nasser Bin Falafel under the basket. He gets that 2 going, 31 points. And again, in the paint, those 2s are still working. Bring it to the tallest man. Get it in. I'm not sure if it's a mismatch right there underneath the net, but it works out for Qatar. The problem is with abundance of 3 shooters on Saudi Arabia. Again, the math just does not work out, even if you get those 2s going.
And we'll see them try to go ahead and launch that one. Nothing there, so they go ahead and call a timeout. Cousins does. You can kind of see how lax Saudi Arabia is at the moment. And again, folks, you might just be seeing 2 to 3 players on the screen, but it's actually 10 individuals controlling 10 of the players that you see on the court, which makes chemistry that much more important, which makes communication that much more important. As Qatar, a little bit of traffic jam on that right corner, bringing it back, swinging it to the left. Uzi gets it down low with the big fella getting the 2.
Yeah, he'd been looking for those 3s opportunities, but in the end, just tons of traffic, tons of players. And it works out in favor of Qatar. Right now, what's that defense going? Trying to set up a screen. Saad, not on this particular occasion. And a quick breakaway. Going to be looking for a 3. I see a chance in the corner. No, left one does not work out. Tapped out. And we're just seeing Saudi Arabia toying with their food. Even if that one does not come in, their play is there. And their steals are just on point. They have not been known for steals throughout the pre-qualifiers, but right here, the pockets of Qatar are being picked.
Great defense leads to great offense. We've seen that a few times. What a move from Uzi, but he doesn't finish. He gets the assist, though, as he gets it to the big fella for the long 2 from the top of the key. That one's stolen away from Qatar. Qatar looking to string together a couple of stops, a couple of baskets, and oh, the caster's curse as they go ahead and turn it over. And that foul is going to be a clear path one.
Ooh, holy moly. slippery fingers. It's Saudi Arabia is just doing amazingly dispossessing Qatar from the ball, and it shows. Every single possession just gets taken away from Qatar, and already at a point disadvantage. Their situation is even more dire. Well, moving, Chopper. They keep on moving about, and just a straight line to the basket, Indy.
Indeed. 83-35. Less than a minute left in the third. Takes that deep shot. Doesn't go. The timing was late as they go ahead and put him right back up. Less than a minute left to go in this one.
Fourth quarter is looming, but I think we're going to get triple digits from Saudi Arabia. The way they're playing, clean cut in all sides of the play. Again, wherever you look, threes on point. Paint work on point, steals great, rebounds great. Their passing is sublime. Their movement across the field and the ball movement, everything is just right there, A+.
You know, we'll see if this type of momentum continues in the second game as well. Of course, we've got a whole quarter to play as Qatar trying to get some type of play going. Gets this to the big fella down low, who's honestly, I mean, he's able to just kind of do what he wants down there as goaltending is called on Choppa.
Not that kind of game, Choppa. Not that kind of game. He knows what is required of him, and Bin Falafel works those twos this time around. Well, just a little bit of a step back, and there was a clear-cut chance. Maybe they could have gone as well. And Falafel moves the ball around. They continue on doing it. Uzi does not opt for a three, just cuts in. Even if that does not come in, fourth quarter starts, and Qatar, I think their task is to just keep their face on and try to reduce this point disadvantage as much as possible.
Qatar, Uzi swings it over to the open man inside, who knocks down the three from the left side.
What a man, what a man. Steal, okay, now it goes the other way around. Cousins does not want to go for the immediate three, and Chopper, again, a reminder, this is no hockey, this is no football. Basketball, man, basketball.
Second time he's been called for goaltending in this quarter. Goes ahead and swings it to the left side of Saudi Arabia. Can't get that one to go. Qatar with the rebound now. Looking to find some open folks on the corners. They do indeed on the left side. And they go ahead and knock that one down.
India, this is a completely different team we're currently watching. Qatar has been switched around. I'm pretty sure we're seeing the same players over there on the camera. But yeah, their steals are great. They're getting more and more points. They are just asking the questions of Saudi Arabia that they cannot answer. Threes notwithstanding, the defense is still a bit leaky.
We will see from the box score on the quarters side how Qatar has been able to put up more points as we've continued in this contest. And that's the thing where you kind of get a little bit more of a momentum, where you kind of get the rust off as Saudi Arabia steals that one. Going the other way, snaps it back, looking for some opening. Top of the key. Takes that shot in the defender's face. 9% contested to knock it down from 25 feet.
I would love to see well-moving stats, speed, agility. LaMarcus Cousins with a 2, because well-moving moves faster than any man that I've ever seen. He can change directions in a snap of his fingers. As more and more points, that's a 2 for Saudi Arabia. And they just have a little bit over 3 minutes to score 3 points to bring them over 100 scored in one game.
97, 3 away. Can't get that one to go. Saudi Arabia looking to get 100 here. Gets it over to the left side. Not today, says Qatar. Cousins with the steal. Bringing it back over to Uzi. Uzi down low. Ben Falafel over to the left side. Stolen away from Saudi Arabia. Swinging it to the right. Well moving back over to the left. That's a deep shot. The deepest one you can have to put up 100 points in this ballgame.
Oh, you need a special one to bring it to 100, and Osama did. Brilliantly done, and now just coasting. From this point, coasting. Double the point advantage. Exactly double the point advantage. 100 to 50. Qatar, it's a big hurdle to go over. Well moving, he's just going to continue running on about. Another deep three. Osama does not care if there's a player in front of him. Throwing hands up. No, he says, see you later. I'm going to get it on target.
That one was a 29-footer as they respond back with a 3 of their own. 103-53, up by 50. That's the type of math I can do. Look at him bounce around on the top of the key. Swings it over to the right. Chopper down low. Chopper with the dunk.
He waited. He knew that the first reaction of any all player is you immediately go up with the player. But not this time around. 3 from the corner is good. They're going to continue on just clawing back these points however much they can. Saudi Arabia, more often than not, answers with points on their own on the other side of the court. Just like this one. It was a little bit tough, but I don't think they're going to be crying over the spilt milk for this one.
I don't think so. I think they'll be quite all right. I will say, and we'll talk about it a little bit more, is that Qatar did a great job to kind of go ahead and bounce back. I understand the scoreboard is still quite ecstatic. However, they did start off much worse, but they were able to kind of find their momentum on the offensive side, as you see right there. Those are not the type of shots that they were making in the first quarter.
No siree. So, again, warm up. More deep ones, 31 feet. You're kidding me. I think they're just trying to pad the stats and go for records. From the logo, what's the next one going to be like?
From the other basket is what I would love to see. I'd love to see a full court shot going. Don't think I've seen one yet. At least not from the time I've been commentating this one. Stolen away from Saudi Arabia to the right side. Right hash. Good.
Nicely played. Nicely played. But yeah, by this point, I like you said it, right now it's a decoration, that score sheet, and the big Jumbotron pointing out that it's 114 points to Saudi Arabia with 62 to Qatar. Nobody's even looking at that anymore. It does not matter. All the looks are off for the second game that's going to be coming up immediately, straight after this one, just with a little tiny pause in between. Still going to be here, still going to be talking about it, because there's a lot to talk about, because there's a lot to be scored.
And of course, they continue to go ahead and pile it on, get the offensive board, kicks it out to the right hash, kicks it out to the right corner, knocks that one down. 20 seconds left in the fourth, 117-62. Qatar looking to cut into this deficit. Uzi's got it. He goes ahead and loses the ball. Saudi Arabia with the fast break opportunity. Had the two. They try to go with the alley-oop. And the laziest of alley-oops is what goes in.
It still goes in, and it is good. One last try, not to be. And in the end, Saudi Arabia dominates over Qatar in game number 1. But by the end of that game, and once we have the box score, I think we're going to see the improvement on Qatar's side. Perhaps it came a little bit too late and too little, but it was there, and it is something that they can improve on in game number 2.
And that's the type of thing you want to have, right? We talked about how in the first quarter, Qatar started off slow. They didn't really do that well. You can see from the box score, from the score bug underneath, 40-1 in the first quarter. That's what it was. But then they went ahead and kind of made their way back a little bit. They didn't give up as big of a deficit in the remaining quarters, is my biggest point. And even just in the fourth quarter, you saw them making the passes that they weren't making in the first quarter. You saw them reading the offense on the Saudi Arabia side to play better on the defensive side, to get the steals, to be in those passing lanes as well. And that's the type of momentum you want to carry over to game number 2. Now, look, it's going to be very tough for Qatar to go ahead and come back and win game number 2 by 50, 60, 70 points. But it's about, can you go ahead and establish a closer game to go ahead and set the momentum in case of the reality of you getting moved down to the lower bracket.
Again, if you don't have any of that, I don't think you'll be able to contend with the teams going to Qatar. They're going to be playing it until the very last second. They're going to be taking their strong sides and making sure they improving their weak sides in between the games as well, and making sure that their opponent cannot play their strongest game either. So for Qatar, it's trial by fire, India. Let's put it this way. This trial by fire, the top team, the champions of Middle East from last season, immediately getting put against them. I wouldn't wish it on anybody, but they fought valiantly, and yeah, I think the improvement has been obvious, and I hope they bring in game number 2.
I just want to go ahead and point out the fact that they need to go ahead and win by 70 points,
Easy.
Which some teams have struggled to put up 70 points. And of course, let us know in the chat as well if you believe Saudi Arabia will beat Qatar by 70 or more. That's the key here that we want to know. Again, this isn't us asking if Qatar will beat Saudi Arabia, but this is if Saudi Arabia will beat Qatar by 70 or more. What say you, Jam?
No, not in the game number 2. Not at all. I do not think the point differential is going to be this big. Again, everything we saw, finally, Qatar is closing down the lanes for passes, getting their own steals. The shots that they're taking are smarter. The passes they're taking are smarter. They're still, I think quite often in the offense, they do not go for the first option, but the second or the third. But I think that's as a result of every single one of their previous attempts at the start of the game number 1 being completely cut out by Saudi Arabia. So they do not trust their first chance. But I think they're getting their opportunities, and still, the points go up.
Let's go ahead and check out the box score that we've been talking about, and you can see the biggest thing that stands out to me is how in the fourth quarter, right? I understand the game was already kind of decided. I understand Saudi Arabia may have kind of laxed up a little bit, but 30-25, only a 5-point deficit, giving a little bit of hope, just a little bit. There's always a chance for Qatar to go to make a statement in game number 2. But what else stands out to you from here?
I think it's the amount of rebounds that Saudi Arabia has collected. 24 and 13 steals. Qatar has improved. I think that was the fourth quarter where pretty much they've gotten all 5 of these steals, 4 maybe. But those are the stats to look at. Saudi Arabia took the ball away from their opposition more often than not.
Now, of course, on the other side, you've got the rebounds, 24-12. You talked about the steals, 13-5. The three-point ball, right? I talked about how Saudi Arabia is going to knock down more threes than the total field goals that Qatar is going to have, and that's 30-24. So that's a big deficit. They've got to figure some things out here. Now that we've seen how game 1 has gone, what advice does Coach Jam have for Qatar as they go into game number 2?
We're still continue working on your stronger sides. DeMarco Cousins and Bill Falafel right there in the paint is going to be strong. The threes, you might want to maybe not rely on them that much, but the moment Saudi Arabia start focusing on the players right underneath the bucket, that's where you play it out to your 3 players on the sidelines and make it work for you. Be more confident. You can do it. We saw that every single one of the plays that Qatar has painted up works. And I just need to be more confident that they can really work out. Yes, a little bit of luck here and there and really good execution on those shots matters as well. But I am positive, absolutely positive, that Qatar, you can do it. You can do it, Qatar.
Here's the biggest thing. If you know that on the offensive side, you're going to be overpowered. If you're Qatar, I'm playing at my pace, right? If they go to knock down a 3 in 3 seconds, I'm not looking to knock down a 3 in 3 seconds. I'm looking to go ahead and get a bucket in 24. That's what I'm looking to do. I'm looking to slow down the game as much as possible. And, of course, if you're Saudi Arabia, you're probably okay with that as well because that means less possessions for both teams as we tip off game number 2, which means a much less of a chance for Qatar to go to make back of the differentiator as well as we get a stolen pass from the left side. The 3, and Saudi Arabia starts game 2 the way they ended game number 1.
You took the words right out of my mouth, India. Exactly the same way. Maybe without the steal, that's how we all started. Okay, Khalid, that goes the other way around. It seems like the stealing still continues. Osama, 2 for 2, 6 points in total, and slow the game down. Right here, I would be like on the sidelines, waving my arms widely to Qatar, saying, boys, don't forget, slow the game down. And slow the game down, they did. Nobody covering that too.
6-2 quickly. I think the last time it was about 20-2. And that one's stolen away. Going the other side is Uzi. Uzi, Cousins, get bumped.
Oh, yeah. Saudi Arabia is forced to play dirty just to stop the breakout from the Qatar side. Love to say they know that they're dangerous. Better be stopped as early as possible. Bringing the ball out. They move it. Again, who is going to be the target? Oh, in the corner. But LaMarcus Cousins is covered quite more often than not. There's somebody, I'd say, right on top of him from the side of Saudi. This 3. India, I'm loving this. 5-6. They've slowed the game down. They're putting smart passes and smart plays, never too risky, because about 50-70% of the shots. And this one doesn't go in. Saudi Arabia is leaking.
This could be the first time that Qatar has had a lead here in the qualifiers. They're going to try to save it. Saved it is. Saudi Arabia with it. Oh, that's going to be a transition take. Qatar was so close. They were so close to taking the first lead in the series.
Ooh, I love that animation on the free throw. Just yeet it right into the basket. It's not even the grandma's play. It's just yeet, and that's it. And it works out. Alrighty, still possession with Saudi Arabia. So if they get this one in, score just gets a little bit crazy. But okay, covering the players well. Screen gets set up on Sama GG, and even with the players right on, very close to him, coverage. And well, it says right there, it was wide open. So another three goes in.
We asked you earlier, will Saudi Arabia beat Qatar by 70 or more? 50% of you said yes. 25% of you said, will there be a Tiso clutch time? And Qatar will beat Saudi by 70. 25% of you are big believers.
Okay, I'll admit it, India. That was me on like 10 accounts that I voted that the Qatar is going to beat Saudi Arabia. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Good to know. Good to know you're a cheater. As Uzi, bring it up the court. Gets that one to drop.
This is nice. This is nice for Qatar. Oh, maybe not that one. Again, where is the player? They always have somebody very deep under the bucket just to collect it. But I feel like just have the players cover those three giants and the rebounds are going to come. I don't think the problem is that they're not collecting the rebounds. Problem is that Qatar is not just covering somebody who has an easy three to play.
And plays based on the images I'm seeing, based on the flag, looks like you'll have Saudi Arabia player on the right-hand side, and then Qatar on the left. So they're at some type of event, some type of conference room, some type of game room. Definitely not in someone's living room.
Oh, looking good. So yeah, once again, for the side of Qatar, it is Uzi got the strap, and Saudi Arabia is represented by Sama GG on your screen.
That three puts it up, knocks it down. Qatar keeping this one much, much closer as they go ahead and give up a two, just down by 7.
It is
very manageable.
It's much better than what we saw. What was it, 40-8 the first quarter of that game? 40-18 maybe at most. Well, moving back to Osama, and he just breaks the ankle of that player. Chopper on the rebound, cannot get it in. We run the other way around. Nasser, probably the quietest player on the side of Qatar, but gathers the foul. And Qatar is going to take a chance to make something go.
Great block there coming in from Qatar. On the offensive rebound, tried to put it back. Uzi's got the strap. Uzi's got defenders in his face. Bin Falafel. Uzi back again to the left side. That shot doesn't go for Qatar. Rebound secured by Saudi Arabia. They launch it down the court, and that's going to be a quick reach-in foul by Uzi. His second, team second as well.
They're working out, but 3 fouls for Saudi Arabia, so it's not like Qatar is forced to constantly play. Ooh, just walks in. The door is open. Get in. It's opening hours at the bucket of Qatar.
Uzi trying to find a man that's open. Gets the cut from the left side. That one gets denied. Blocked by Saudi Arabia. Going the other way. Swings it to the left. And the block leads to the 3, which puts Saudi Arabia up by 12.
It was just like, go down, son. Not even allowing them to rise into the air. That's how nasty that block was from Saudi Arabia. And right here, another pass gets intercepted. Osama gets into his favorite position, but a tad too quick on that 3. So back the other way around goes Qatar. Last 3 seconds, need to go. Oh, that was a hard shot to make. Just a 2/3 of a quarter, and we go into the second quarter. Too many numbers. Again, too many numbers, India.
It's all good. It's all right. I'll go ahead and take care of the math for you. That's what my parents expect me to do anyway. Top of the key. 3 drops. 26-11. 15-point lead for Saudi Arabia as we go to start things off in the second quarter. Qatar goes ahead and claims the 3 right back. And it's been a nice one to watch for Qatar to adjust, where even if they go ahead and drop this game, it'll be a great momentum, great adjustment for when they play in the lower bracket against the loser of the next matchup between Lebanon and Jordan.
Well, let's not count our chickens before they hatch that 3. This is the play that Saudi Arabia constantly goes for, because Qatar sends the player very deep, and there's always somebody from Saudi Arabia just standing there and saying, pass the ball to me. Marco Cousins, ooh, Not a chance for him, gets blocked. This time around, it feels like there's no mismatch between the height of the players, and as a result, there's no easy buckets. I think it's just the fact that LaMarcus Cousins is there rather than Falafel.
And no one is there in the middle of the paint as the left from the left hash goes. Uzi trying to get some separation. Gets it over to Cousins. Cousins now to the left. A little bit of a crowded space, but they find an opening to knock it down.
Righty. The problem for Qatar is that for every single point that Saudi gets, like this one, they have to answer with something on the other side of the court. And more often than not, these are threes. So if your threes don't go in, Nasser, then Falafel, oh, he's tall, he is big. Ooh, that could have been intercepted. They're playing very risky with that ball. Any chance for a 3-4, anything, everything's covered, India. There's just no chance to get an easy shot. Maybe you drive in right here, but Uzi just is trying everything that he can. One shot, they're going to try again. Deep three, not going to go in, and we go the other way around. And right here from that corner, oh, so many chances for Sama to put.
And just like that, things are starting to get a little bit ugly for Qatar on the court, 33-19. They're looking at going to respond back. Had an opening, decided not to take the three. Takes a couple of steps inside, misses the long two. Back over to the left side. It's Saudi Arabia that's able to knock it down and make them pay.
It's easy for us to ask, but those chances that Qatar is getting, every single one of them needs to go in. They're unless it's a really hard shot to take when you're fully contested, when you're on the move, your feet are not steady. Every single one of these 2-3s that they're attempting absolutely has to go and tip out, and that's ball for Saudi Arabia.
Couple of cookies already in this one in terms of the steal department. You can see the previous game was 119-62. This one a little bit closer thanks to Qatar on the defensive side. They've been able to put together a couple of things on the offensive side as well. That one doesn't go. Offensive rebound secured, 2 for $1. Give me another one. Quick foul down low as that's back-to-back offensive boards for Saudi Arabia. They check it in now from the right side. Swings it over to the left. Gets the three to drop in the middle.
Gets a little bit bouncing off that rim, but a 3 is still a 3. And interesting to note that as I'm watching Qatar defend, whenever time comes for actually collecting a rebound, whoo, that was pushed out. Nasser looks for his 3-man. Uzi got the strap. But going back to the Qatar defense, whenever they're looking for, there's actual rebound happening, there's nobody there. Saudi Arabia is all over it, but as they're trying to look around on the field, they keep on committing their center to underneath the bucket, and the players then left free. It feels like they're not getting anything out of their play style, out of how they place their players.
And of course, those are things that come into play when it comes to comms, when it comes to practice, when it comes to rehearsal as well, as they may not have expected to play this type of game this early on in the game number one, as Uzi tries to find something on the right side. Thought he was going to look to fade away. He passes it down low to Ben. Ben with the 2 down low.
You know, those points coming, but Saudi Arabia just has more. Sama, just, it's impossible. It's impossible to stop him given the ball, and 90% of the time, I swear that's his 3 conversion rate. He's going to put it in.
Oh, no question on it. That's a safe bet to make as he gets bumped from behind. It doesn't matter. Knocks down the 3. Trying to find something here now. Chopper back over to the right side. Osama, little pick and roll action, top of the key. He gets the 3 to go.
Even like that, you think, okay, he's covered. There's a player in front of him, very close, even on that shot. No, still goes in. He knows how to carve the space out for himself. And when the time comes for the ball, oh, Saad, what a chance for them, but it goes the other way around. And with the last dying seconds of the second quarter, well, that's a closer affair, India, and I'm loving it. Qatar has adjusted, and Qatar is looking stronger. Yes, they're still behind, but it bodes well for them for the last half of this game and wherever they're going to end up in the bracket.
And of course, this is one of those games where Qatar has made it closer than the first, as you mentioned. They'd love for it to be even a different box score in their favor, but things are slipping away. If they do want to get back in this ball game, I think it's safe to say that although they might have a chance to come out with victory, they don't really have a chance to go and come out victorious and cover the margin that they need, that they lost by in game number 1.
Get the victory, but not be victorious. That rings true. Absolutely rings true for this particular series. But let's just give all the credit, or as much credit as we can give, to Saudi Arabia. Again, their play style is impeccable. Wherever you look out on the field, I think you can say, yes, this is the player they can rely on. And we've been calling Sama's name more often, I think, perhaps than everybody else, but that does not mean that everybody else has not been performing as well. Well moving. He is just a zip right there in the field, and that beautiful pass just cuts up every single defender of Qatar.
Moving and grooving, gets that one to go from the left side. Uzi's got the strap. Ben Falafel. Back over to Uzi. He's got the rock. Saad SMS. Trying to call for a wrap. Gets that one stolen away. Tries to throw it to the left corner. In the passing lanes of Saudi. Back-to-back zigzag. Knocks down the 3.
You think he's going to go for a close shot. Not to be. They have players already set up. Ready for that 3. Ready for a 3 from the side of Qatar as well. But, man, this is another part of Saudi's play. We see it in game number 1. They're continuing in game number 2. The moment a bucket comes in for Qatar, or even before that as they get the rebound, perhaps somebody is right there. Yep, just now, 2 players, 3 players are we seeing this transition go immediately on the other side of the court. They're ready to receive that pass, which means that Qatar needs to be doing the same lest they want to continue getting these easy buckets scored against them.
Easy buckets are tough to come by for Qatar as that one gets stolen away. Gets it off the knee. Saudi Arabia, they go ahead and get that one taken away as well. Couple of back-to-back quick steals. Gets it over to the right side. That shot, 22% contested. Doesn't get it to go. The other one, wide open. Bang.
A little bit of a bouncer, but goes in. I was expecting the Marco Cousins to score that particular one, or perhaps for them to set up an alley-oop. There were like 3 players for Qatar ready there underneath the bucket. Another contested shot, and on the other side of the field, 3s keep on swooshing into the net.
Indeed, they have 67-33. Qatar trailing this one. Uzi got the move, but not the shot. Back over to the left side. Step back 3. Gets it.
I'm just hearing the ka-ching, ka-ching, ka-ching. The machine that makes those shots for Saudi Arabia keeps on pumping the opportunities. The cash register just goes ka-ching. A 70 versus 33. Again, the lead is huge, and so far Qatar has not been able to stop enough of the scoring of Saudi Arabia and find enough scoring for themselves, but this is already looking better like the previous game.
Calls a timeout so that the ref doesn't call 3, and the key on the offensive side for them. Had a man open on the right corner, but that timeout might have gotten him out of it, because by the time he would have passed it, he might not have time to get out of the paint. A lot of things going on. Nasser calls another one. Curious to see what's going on.
It's strategy. It's mind games. It's making sure that you get the best opportunity, and they're going to try again.
As long as it's not some internet connection situation. As Nasser gets this one inbounded to Saad. Saad now trying to set up the offensive end. Gets it over to the left side to the offensive man to knock that one down. The open shot from the left.
The open shot from the right, India. Just another response. But with both teams, and we've just seen it with Qatar, it's not where the ball is where the ball is going to be in just a nick of time. Always need to be looking at the whole field just to figure out who's open, who's going to be the next target. Right now, Ben Falafel, the tall man, finds himself a 3 partner. That's 39. And we're getting closer, or at least going back and forth without anybody really dropping much. So underneath the bucket, but still opts for a 3. They always want to maximize their points, and well moving. Gonna get himself.
Continuing to pile it on here. Less than a minute left to go in the third. Rocking it back to the right side. He loves to try to utilize all parts of the court, but the offense is set up a little bit wonky. Trying to get it right. Uzi's got it on the left. Swings it over to the right corner. That shot doesn't go. Rebound. Saudi Arabia secures it. Trying to run the fast break, but Qatar gets back on the defensive side. Down low to Chopper. Chopper tries to get the defender in the air, and that's going to be three in the key. Qatar's ball.
All right. Any little bit helps. And now with the game clock being close to the shot clock, it's going to be one last opportunity. I think they're going to should utilize it to the fullest. The three does not go in, so the Saudi Arabia now with a chance. 3 players already on the other side. That one does not go in. They're just turning back and forth, but nobody can get anything going. Underneath, no. Long pass, deep. Oof, oh, wow. A fan in the stands has gotten that one.
Love to get them a souvenir for coming out and supporting this matchup. And we appreciate you in the chat for joining us as well. We see your comments, we see your post selections, and we see Saudi Arabia continue to make it rain from the three-point line.
One thing, India, that you really cannot take away from Saudi Arabia. First is the steals. So, okay, the pockets are still being picked from Qatar. But one thing you cannot take away from Saudi Arabia is their opportunity to start the quarter strong. I think for every single quarter so far, we've seen them score first, score 3, and then maybe complete it with a couple more as an addition. They need to be stopped immediately. You cannot just give them a moment. No, immediately.
We'll see if they're able to kind of continue this so the scoreboard doesn't end up like it was in the beginning. We asked the folks in the chat earlier if Saudi Arabia would beat Qatar by 70 or more. Keep in mind, in game number 2, they won by 57, so the answer was no on that first one. But here, it doesn't look like they're going to get a chance to do that. They've got a little bit of a momentum to try to build their lead by 26 to accomplish 70 or more. Assad steps out of bounds, voluntarily says, hey, I'll help out Saudi Arabia beat them by 70. Why not?
But that's not going to help you, man. That's not going to help you. Not getting beaten by 70 or more. 3, ooh, a very optimistic one. Let's just put it that way. But going the other way around, there's already so many players for Saudi Arabia. It does not matter for the GOAT. As 3 for Qatar goes in, well moving. He is the playmaker. Boy, can he move around? Yes, he can. And you really need to move fast, trying to get back from him. And he gets all his eyes on him. Look at that. He cuts in. And 3s just keep on pouring in. When it rains, India, it pours.
Indeed it does, and it's been a blessing for Saudi Arabia on the offensive output and the defensive stops. That one gets denied by the rim. Nothing going for Qatar as that one goes behind the backboard. Ay, 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 ay.
We've seen a lot of things already. Getting on the balls yourself, getting the ball out of the back of the backboard. And this one we've seen plenty, although usually the ball does go in from Osama's 3. He will try again. Just steps even further back. Okay, who do you think you are? Steph Curry? No, you are not, but his 3s are still.
Uzi swings it over to the right side. I don't even think Steph Curry could go ahead and help us out here. Saves that one. Saudi Arabia, the 2? No, sir. We'll take the 3. Cashes it to get themselves in the 90s.
Had plenty of time to just back up, beep, 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 and get that 3 for himself. He's going to love his stats by the end of this series. And Saudi Arabia they're going to love the point output. The other way around, Ali. Whoop. Saudi Arabia 94.
94 to 44. The last time out, they scored 119. 2:09 left to go. Don't think they'll break that one. What's interesting to see is Qatar playing a slower paced game. Tried to go ahead and keep this a closer matchup, which leads them to not only just not working out with that strategy, but they now score less than they did in the last game of 62 to 47.
It is like an improvement for Qatar, but Saudi Arabia are still on the horse. A little bit less than the, 47-point differential that's currently happening right there. But just as easily it can be removed and back to a 50 between them. We've seen that 100 to 50 earlier in the previous game. Point differential is just too big, and the difference between the two teams is just a tad too much. And the shots, they were getting better for Qatar, but now it's all a king from the side of Saudi Arabia, 100 points.
Back-to-back games for Saudi Arabia as they cross the 100 mark. It's all smiles as you see the man with the cleatest mustache in the game. A little jealous of that. Nice and crispy over there.
Yes. As a man who cannot grow facial hair for save his life, pretty good mustache, man.
I'm a little too afraid to try, you know? I could grow it back ASAP, but I'm not a risk taker. No. Not when you have to be on camera like this. You know what I mean?
I know. You want to present your best. Absolute
Amen.
best.
Amen. I showered at 3 a.m. You know what I mean?
Good for you, man. No, you're looking crisp. You're looking absolutely crisp. And I'm glad to have you here for the first of the 2 days of Middle East Qualifiers for eFIBA Season 4. We'll be going to Qatar later on. But right now, Qatar, I mean, if Qatar goes home, they just go home. They can just stay wherever they are. They're already qualified for this, but they're in the qualifier for the Middle East just so we can see how they're looking.
And of course, we've got another matchup coming up between Lebanon versus Jordan. That's going to be game number 2 after we wrap this one up. Still got half a minute, and we'll do a recap of it as well. Gets it over to the right. Didn't want the 3 on the left corner. Gets the 2 to drop.
No flying passes. Osama just wants more points. Ooh, not this time around. Chopper. He picks it up. The rebound always goes to somebody outside the 3-point line. That's the game plan, so might want to watch it out for that. Sama, not on this one, but points by this point mean nothing. It's whose line is it anyway by this point? 105 versus 55. That's the game.
And that's going to be the way the cookie crumbles in favor of Saudi Arabia. A dominating performance in Game 1. A dominating performance in Game 2. Letting folks know that this is why we said in the power rankings, the Kings are back and they're looking to go ahead and make some noise. Saudi Arabia with a dominating performance all around in that series. What'd you make of that Game 2?
That Game 2, I think I expected more for Qatar in the end. I think their improvement did show. They've stabilized a little bit of their play, but point-wise, I think they still fell back on some of the previous habits, and Saudi Arabia just could not be stopped. Even if they didn't score 119, only 100, well, still huge numbers, output from everybody on the field, and literally there's maybe like one player from Saudi Arabia that we have not called that often, but the rest of their team is a complete unit. And even that 5th player who we did not call did not fall down. Still, they worked out as a team. They helped out.
And of course, we had 119 for Saudi Arabia, 62 in game number 1. Game number 2 started off a little bit closer, right? We were one basket away from Qatar getting their first lead of this tournament. And unfortunately, Saudi Arabia said, no sir, no sir, no sir, no sir. And they just went on a gauntlet of threes being knocked down. And Qatar wasn't able to respond back as fast as they would have liked. And Saudi Arabia just continued to take it and pour it out from there.
Yeah, it's impossible to stop. Again, Asawa, he is his one target. He has one target. Get open, get in a position, sink that 3. I think by the end of the game, he has made so many that he's going to get an extra bonus from his team for making the results keep on happening.
Big threes were being knocked down from all over the place. You had Qatar that went ahead and tried to have a slower pace themselves, but unfortunately it was just sped up a little bit. You kind of forget the game plan, right? You think something is working in your favor as we see the box score 105 to 55. 20 plus points, 23 plus points for all 4 quarters from Saudi Arabia.
Wow, not stopping. Absolutely not stopping. 79 points from Osama. 29 field goals. Out of them, 21 are threes out of 30. He is crazy. He is wild. The rest of the team were just passing machines. Well moving. Chopper, all supplying Osama so he can sink those threes. On the other side, Uzi got the strap, tried to do the same. It just did not work out as well as he has hoped for.
And of course, the difference here we talked about in the first game, how you had Saudi Arabia that was knocking down more threes than the buckets made overall from Qatar. The same story here, right? You had 26 threes get knocked down by Saudi Arabia and only 20 field goals made by Qatar. So there's that difference one more time. The rebounds, 11 more rebounds in favor of Saudi Arabia. 13 more assists coming in from Saudi Arabia. And the biggest of everything is 12 more steals coming in for Saudi Arabia. So those extra possessions, when you take into consideration the rebounds, when you take into consideration the steals, that's truly the difference maker. As this time, Qatar was not able to crack 20 points on any of the quarters like they were able to in game number 1.
Yes, and even without the steals, even without rebounds, Saudi Arabia's game conversion rate was on point. Even if you take all of that possession change around away from them, there's there's plenty more to be playing from Saudi Arabia's side. So Qatar, well, they tried valiantly, but not this time around. And they'll have to just wait for their opposition in the bottom side of the bracket, while Saudi Arabia is going to be moving on to the next series. And their opposition either going to be Qatar or, not Qatar, either Jordan or Lebanon. Between these two, it's going to be a hard one to pick away. And both of them are going to be afraid. Saudi Arabia, the reigning champs, are going to be awaiting them. And everybody wants to get to the finals and get that ticket to Qatar. But you have to go past Saudi Arabia, and they came here today to play.
And of course, it's going to be a tough battle nonetheless. But as you kind of sneak peeked it over, you do have Jordan that's going to take on Lebanon in matchup number 2. The winner of that is going to go ahead and take on Saudi Arabia. The loser between Lebanon and Jordan is going to play Qatar in the lower bracket. And that's where it's going to be sudden death, where you've got to go ahead and win the sum of 2 to move on, or else you will be eliminated from the tournament. Of course, Qatar is a host country, so that might look a little different for them. But nonetheless, what are you expecting from the matchup between Jordan and Lebanon?
Incredibly close games. Again, both of these were splitting the differences. And while, yes, on the side of Lebanon, they ended up 2-1 in the pre-qualifiers. The other way around, Jordan 1-2. I think the close games are going to be coming in. We've highlighted the players from Lebanon as well. That was, of course, the El Diablo. He's going to be the player to watch on that side. But Jordan has their players as well, and I don't think it's going to be an easy one for Lebanon. It's going to be hard for a battle to the very end. I don't think we're going to see 50-point differentials. It's going to be right to the wire. I think we're going to have some Tissot clutch time as well.
Well, that would be incredible. We haven't had one so far here tonight. We had a few in the Africa region, and that was exciting to go ahead and call as well. So let's go ahead and take a look at the head-to-head as we go ahead and break down this matchup again, expecting a bit of a closer game between these two. The talent power rankings do match the pre-qualifier placements as well, as you've got Lebanon taking on Jordan. You can see them looking mighty tough. Some of these players are coming back. Some of these players are new to the tournament, so you expect a little bit of jitters. It goes back to me to the first game and the first quarter. How do you go ahead and set the pace? How do you go ahead and set the tone between Lebanon and Jordan? Jordan, not as competitive in previous ones, but Lebanon definitely wants to go ahead and dominate.
Absolutely. Let's introduce some of the players as well already. Two-Face Baby, Anthipical, Rage, and Ain't in My Level, and Hell Diablo representing Lebanon, while on the other side for Jordan, Lord Ferezo, Zakarnek, Snagbill Killing, Kareem KH, Big Trust Nemo, and Len Kush.
And you can see the Lebanon flag on the left side, so you clearly are marked which one's for what as we await for this tip-off to go ahead and happen. We would love to know in the chat who you think is going to go ahead and win. That's something we always want to know, is see how smart our viewers are, or if they're just, kind of voting from their heart, or if they're using their brain a little bit as well. So let us know. Will Lebanon, or I guess it's backwards, it's Lebanon will, and we'll go ahead and throw up the poll in the chat for you and kind of finish that sentence off. But dare I ask you who you think is going to win the first game of the sum of 2?
Alrighty. I'm going to say Lebanon wins game number 1, but then Jordan comes back in game number 2.
Well, then I've got to go ahead and follow up and say who has the biggest point differential in their victory.
Ooh. I'd say... Well, I mean, that's then who's the winner, really, then, right? Who is the winner?
For the sum of 2, yeah.
Yeah, that's the sum of 2. That's what we've been explaining throughout the day. I'm going to give it to Lebanon, India. I think I have to give it to Lebanon at that point.
And that's, of course, where the strategy might be a little bit different. If you've won game 1, depending on the margin, you may want to play a faster paced one. You may want to play a slower paced one, or you just may want to play normal so that you don't go ahead and shoot themselves in the foot as well between these two teams. Let's go ahead and kind of bring up the bracket here in a second so we can explain the sum of 2 for the folks that have just joined us, and also go ahead and explain the way the bracket has worked thus far. All right. I've drank some water, and here we go. Game number 1 is what we just saw between Saudi Arabia and Qatar, where Saudi Arabia went ahead and dominated 119-62 in the first game. Then in the second game, they dominated 105-55. So clearly, they went ahead and won that first game, the sum of 2, not just by winning the both games, but also the point differential. Now, momentarily, we'll go ahead and see game number 2 between Lebanon and Jordan. And of course, Jam, you go ahead and explain to us the sum of 2 and how that works before I get back to the lower bracket.
It's very easy. You get the first game, let's say it went 60-40. Then you got to the second game. Oh, it went maybe 70-40. And now I have to do math in my head. Well, most importantly, the sum of these 2 games comes together, and that's the final score for that series, for that game. So in every single game, everything you score is going to end up in the series as a whole. So all of that, 60 plus 70, okay, that's 130 points. 40 plus 40, that's 80 points. 130 versus 80 is going to be the final score for that series. As easy as that, add up the numbers, you're going to get the result. Whoever has the most points overall after the sum of 2 moves on.
And then whoever isn't able to move on from the upper bracket, you go to the lower bracket where Qatar is waiting to play the loser between Lebanon and Jordan. That'll be game number 4 that you will go ahead and get a chance to see here today. The winner between Lebanon and Jordan is going to go ahead and meet Saudi Arabia as they await for game number 3 in the upper bracket. Just a couple of moments away from the matchup between Lebanon and Jordan. We've had a great one so far. By the way, let's do a quick little, recap or just get your insights since we didn't get a chance to on the Africa region. I know you had big hopes for Algeria, and they went ahead and showed up and showed out the way you expected them to.
Yeah, I think based on their play, I've just been looking how they've been playing throughout the pre-qualifiers and everything. Then when they came to play, yes, of course, Morocco, the reigning champs for that region. But I just liked the way everything gelled much better for Algeria. And so I thought, yeah, they are number 2, not number 3, like Vince predicted. And they even beaten me to that by winning the whole thing and qualifying as the first team from the Africa region to the Qatar. Everything just gelled for them much better. Their position choice, their shots. I think they're just the way they moved the ball around looked much more fun to me than what Morocco was doing. So it was a game of small differentials, but it was a difference in the end, after all.
Yeah, and what are you expecting for Algeria to do when it comes to them now already punching their ticket to Qatar? Do you feel like they'll be able to kind of bully their way to the semis, or what are you kind of expecting out of them?
Oh, it's going to be tough. The matter of fact is, yes, we looked at one region. We're currently looking at the second one. And there's so many top-tier teams still to be. It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough for Algeria to move on too deep. But hey, I love an underdog story, India. I absolutely adore an underdog story. So if Algeria can do it, fantastic. If whoever qualifies from Middle East can do it, fantastic. If there's going to be some absolute shocks over there in Qatar come the finals, I'm all up for it.
All right, well, here we go. Trying to tip things off and get things going. This is game 1 between Lebanon and Jordan. This is the first of the sum of 2. Getting things going on the right side. Pump fake, takes the shot. Doesn't go. In the red is Lebanon as they get the dunk to get things going. And in white is Jordan.
Alrighty, Jordan gets their first possession of the game. I'm really curious and interested how to go about it. Big Christema, I do believe we highlighted him earlier, or at least he might be the player on the cameras. But for now, he just tries to find his opening. Timer runs down. In the end, he takes that 3, but I think out of all of the options, even that one off the corner is going to be better. And those rebounds just keep on coming, indeed.
They indeed do. Big Thrush. Nemo takes the shot, gets the and one. The rare 4-point play here in eFIBA. Knocks it down to complete it.
Holy moly, at the start of the game as well. That's going to set them in good stead and be really positive at the result of it. Okay, looking for an opportunity is El Diablo. That's who we wanted to look at and get that 2 going. And a key. So back the other way around, it goes Jordan. So far, is showing. Oh, that's a dangerous pass, India, but still makes it work. Nemo, he is the point guard, and he wants to sink that three, not to be. Already coming in for a rebound.
Right.
Already coming on the other side of the
All right, bro. I know you saw two defenders in your face, and you still decided to take the shot. Now, look, I don't know what the shot clock was at, so maybe I'm wrong for making this comment, but come on, man. We could find a better shot. If you got two defenders in your face, I promise you there's somebody open. That's the way the math works.
Yeah, again, 5 + 1 + 3 - 4, carry the 3, any way around. Okay, some threes are being attempted, but they need to go in, gentlemen. They absolutely need to go in. Big Trostima, left, right. Is there another three taker on the field? Maybe not right now, but the twos are still working out for them. They keep collecting that ball, India, and seems like it's going to set them in good stead for these follow-ups.
Got to protect that ball as well as a quick foul comes in. As Knush tries to go and steal it away. Diablo passes it to Ray. Cuts from the right, gets it to go.
Oh, hot knife through butter. That pass was perfect. And right now running out. They have the opportunities. Who's going to be the player? One of the three takers are taken. The Big Trostima tries to do everything himself, but it's just not working out. Either he needs to go really deep. The screens need to be set up because otherwise the opponent is all up for him. They try to go for a three, but it's a breakout. El Diablo. They're arrogant. Back to El Diablo. They move the ball fast, and we just get stopped for a moment. Fouled.
Tied up at 6-6. Bit of a closer ball game here. We're in for a little bit of a treat. Diablo from the right side takes the three. Late release with open coverage. Doesn't get it to drop. Trying to get it back up and take the lead now. The other side. Jordan knocks it down, and they've got themselves a three-point ball game.
It's great that they got that three after all, but it feels like previously Big Trostima was struggling to put anything from his position underneath. Dima, the center, gets it going. It's a matter of how much they've put already in Big Trostima and his attempts at threes. That three, yes, works. They put him in the lead for sure. Our foul comes in, and we're going to be inbounding the ball. Let's see if they can continue converting more, because for now, I'm not yet convinced, Indy.
Well, the chat is convinced with the poll that we put out. We asked the question, Lebanon will, and now 50% of you said, how long is a mile? All right, some calculations.
It makes sense if you read the other ones first, I suppose, because at first, like, what kind of Mad Lib is this? Who wrote that?
Win game one by a kilometer. Win game one by a mile. It makes sense that the folks in the Middle East are like, oh, what's a mile? We use kilometers. We are normal in this part of the world.
Thank you for saying that.
I mean, look, we understand that we like to do things a little arrogantly in our way, okay? I'm not saying it's the right way, but it's the USA way.
How many football stadiums is a mile?
How many football stadiums is a mile? Listen, brother, it is 5 a.m., all right? Come on.
Honestly, in my experience, 5 a.m. is where the wildest conversations are happening, as no buckets are coming in. El Diablo to Dr. Arrogant. The power forward powers it through. And the score has changed hands. The lead has changed hands. It's now Lebanon with 4-point lead over Jordan. And all the while, the first quarter is coming to a close. Perhaps the last chance. It's 11-20 on the score clock. Let's see how this is going to go. Big Trostima, he just gets the space going.
17 seconds left in the first one. It's been a back-and-forth ball game. Jordan had the lead. Now it's Lebanon looking to go ahead and pile it on. 13-11. 10 seconds to work with. Ain't on my level. Swings it to the right side. Diablo doesn't want to take the three. Finally decides to, and he knocks it down. 2 seconds left. Tries to go ahead and fling it down there. Doesn't go. By the way, the answer to your question, if we are going to include end zones, which is 120 yards, it is 14.7 football stadiums that fit into a mile.
Thank you. This is the kind of stats I'm here for. The eFIBA Season 4 qualifiers for Middle East. Oh boy, that's a mouthful. For now, the second quarter has started, and Lebanon again continues to, after turning the game around, they continue to keep a hold on it. I think they're looking really strong now that they've warmed up and stopped what Jordan has been doing. So another two goes in. That's a 10-point differential between the teams now.
Look, so next time you want me to do math, just put it in the run of show so I can prepare. You know what I mean? Don't just do it ad hoc.
but they're scoring the points ad hoc. We cannot just put all of these numbers in the run of the show document. India, like, huh?
You're saying that this is not scripted. This is not
this
pre-recorded.
is live.
This is live.
Okay.
Got it. Good to know.
Again, I've mentioned SNL earlier. This is live from Saturday night. Live.
Indeed it is, as a Lebanon team has started to run away with this one. It was tied up. Jordan at one point had the lead, but a couple of stops and a couple of baskets on the offensive end have given Lebanon an 8-point lead, and they want to definitely extend it as well. Got lost in the sauce on the defensive side, so they foul them to slow things down.
It did look like Lacrosse tried to start a conga with El Diablo. Did not work out. We're not doing conga on the court. 10-point differential back with Jordan in possession. 3s, 2s. Ooh, they just keep on juggling the ball around. Big Trasnema, the player who they rely on for 3s. And again, the point guard, usually the player to beat. Now goes into the paint. All out, Lord Farizo. Oh, these 3s need to be coming in. Every single one of these possessions need to create something. All the while, Dr. Arrogant. Is this arrogance if you can just shoot 3s really well?
I mean, listen, you got to go ahead and call a timeout to talk about the arrogance to see how you're going to be able to slow them down. 13-point lead for Lebanon. 3:01 left to go in the second quarter. Nemo, the point guard, needs to set the tone on the pace on the offensive side, and that's one way to do it. The open shot, takes it, drains it.
Ooh la la. And already with some pressure, Jordan trying to stop side of Lebanon, but Dima is not being stopped. 3, quick answer on the other side. And there's a slow start as well, straight from the inbound ball off the possession. Trasnema. Ooh, underneath the basket. We haven't said that center's name too often, but he's there and he's working his hands for Jordan.
Thought you might have said something else there for a second. Jordan.
Please, a family show.
Indeed it is. We never get out of control here whatsoever. Nemo, shot clock. Clicking down. Beautiful hand in the face, but not a problem as he knocks down the big 3. 10-point lead for Lebanon. Looking to reclaim the lead back. He's got the badge. He's got the 3. And they continue to pile it on from beyond the arc.
That is the danger zone, and Jordan better be aware of that. Cutting in. Bitras Nemo gets his 2, the dub for that answer. But again, Jordan needs to make sure that Lebanon is being closed down. Those 3s, just like we see Saudi Arabia earlier, those 3s are just attached to open as yet another one comes in.
37-23, a minute 33 left to go in the second. Passes it over to the Lord. Lord to the left side to Nemo. Nemo loses that one. Going the other way, here's RJ. RJ swings it right back and forth. Zigzag play doesn't go. Rebound secured. The putback is good. 100% smothered. No problem.
The putback is good, and what are we having? Oh, okay, righto. Well, we just rewind the time just a little bit and go back in on the court. Same situation. Still, already everything's covered. It's a bit of a mirror match. Again, the scoreline is a bit different. Whoa! As nice dunk comes in from Jordan, but it's tight defense from Lebanon, stopping Jordan from really creating any chances. Same thing that Saudi Arabia has done. Oh my God, it's a shooting foul, and are we getting and 1 on a 3? That's another one we've seen today, indeed.
That's 2 back-to-back in this ball game. 3-point shots fouled. Nemo swings it over to the right side. Can't get that one to go. Rebound secured now by Lebanon. Swings it over to the left. That's going to be a quick foul. Not a clear path foul, but a 4-point play. 2 of them, a rare one in 2K26, but we've been treated to that as it's 28-14. The second quarter score now make it 29. Almost a 30-burger for Lebanon in the second. For now, they're on the defensive side. Need a stop. Don't get it. Jordan hits a 3.
30-burger.
Yum.
Alrighty, going back the other way, El Diablo, the player to watch, and I think he has lived up to the expectations that we have put on him. Bringing the ball around well. I speak about him, and it's the caster's curse just striking. Sorry, man, I did not mean it. No dunk. It's a big ol' slap. Jordan still keeps on with the ball, but that ball just got dispossessed.
Indeed it did. The big block went off of his shoulder, so they do go ahead and get the ball back. See if they're able to go ahead and get some points on the board before the end of the second. 45-28. Swings it over to the left. Nemo trying to find an opening in the corner. Nothing there. Steps inside. That's another shooting foul. Knocks down the midi this time.
Alrighty. And Big Trust Nemo convert. Yep. Those free throws are in. 3 points in total. And one last opportunity. Ooh, I think they lost just a little bit of time. In time for that release, but not in time to score anything. My God, India. It has been perhaps not as close as I expected to be. I was thinking Jordan is going to be closer to their opposition. But they're still showing some great things. Just perhaps some improvisation and opportunity of choices is lacking for Jordan. Big Trust Nemo seems to be the player to go to. And I think we might see it as well once we see some stats coming in later on.
This was a closer one to begin with, right? It was a bit of a back and forth game. At one point, you did have Jordan that had the lead, so you thought this might have been on the clutchest of moments that we might get in the fourth quarter. But it's Lebanon letting the world know why they are the ones to go ahead and meet the Kings in game number 3. Nice little move there. Gets to the right side of the court, but he does indeed miss. Now it's Jordan trying to run the pace. Nothing there. Defense comes up big here. Top of the key.
He's still trying. You see him dribbling, but no opportunities arise. Everybody's covered. I'm looking at the right side, and finally they found somebody to dunk it in. But it takes Jordan a long time to create something. Again, they have 24 seconds to create, so maybe that's not a problem, but it just shows how well Lebanon is working in defense.
You focused on the right side. The left corner's the one that wants to go in and get the job done. That one doesn't go. Rebound secured. 2 for $1. Swings it right, swings it inside. 48-33, 4 minutes left to go in the third.
Yeah, we just barely started, but Lebanon is still sinking those threes. And Big Trust Nemo with a hard task of trying to create something. Again, there are openings. And the shots are a little bit contested, but we go way back, and it's those breakaways. Every single time there's just a player in the corner waiting. Give me the ball. I'm going to sink it. That's another 3 on the board.
Continuing to make your rain from the three-point line is Lebanon. Jordan got to go ahead and get themselves a couple of big baskets and a couple of big stops. That starts with that one. You ask for a big bucket, you shall get a big bucket. Big 3 coming in for Jordan.
They need stuff like that.
Oh, there you go.
Great steal underneath. Looking for a 3. Or Victor Nemo. Or Nemo. I'll just go with whatever. And another blocking foul. Yeah, they need to stop him. Jordan has all of a sudden found their stride. But not only... That's only part of the task. Now they need to continue on playing. And Lebanon is still all over them. Underneath, Lord. Oh, Lordy, Lordy.
Lordy, Lordy, Lord. Diablo swings it to the left. Ray with the shot. Ray with the 3. Nemo over to the left side. Looking to go ahead and close out this quarter strong. Nice job getting the defender in the air. And that gives him the space he needs to knock down the 3.
It just drags him left, right, left, right, left, right. By this point, I think he's just expecting the opposition players to hit their foreheads together and fall apart comedic style. And he gets it working there. A response of 2 points from the other side. But now Victor can continue creating what he has been working on, running. Oh, he is pacey. I love this about him. He's well moving, but he's not only creating the assists, like this one, also creating his own chances wide open, but not a good release. And we go back the other way around, and Lebanon players get stopped.
You had Lebanon that was making the right reads from the top of the key to the paint to the left side, but then they just couldn't figure out the biggest factor of it all is how to put the ball in the basket. As Nemo, the point guard for Jordan, trying to move the ball around. Did a great job, like I said, on the other side, but just couldn't get the shot to go. Looking for a different result all around. Nemo looking for a little bit of space. Dots the right side. Defenders over there. 4 seconds to work with. That ball is stolen away. It's now Lebanon. The other way, RJ with the jam.
Leba dunk right there. And of course he's going to go for that one. Looking at this game, Lebanon has been going for taking care of the ball. Lebanon has been going for a lot of twos. This works out for them. Of course, it's getting them points in every single possession. That 3 sinks in for Jordan, but Lebanon just opts for whatever is open. They never just try to force the same plan over and over again, and it's working out wonders for them.
Indeed, it has been. 63-42, a minute left to go in the third. Nemo on the left side, cuts from the left as well. That bucket is good, and they're trying to get back in this ball game by 2s, but eventually you're going to need a couple of big 3s, and a stop here would be huge. Gets it past half court barely. 14 seconds to work with. Calls a nice play. Had the chance to get a dunk. Ran it a little bit too much out to the right side. Diablo now swings it to the left. He says, I'll take the 3 over the 2.
Yeah, it's a tough situation for any defender. You try to stop the passing lane, but at the same time, you're trying to block the player from getting a shot. And if there's a littlest of the openings where the ball can still sneak through, well, you're done for. And we've just seen that with a beautiful pass for Lebanon, converting into a 3. Last 8 seconds in the third quarter. Victor Osnema doing what he does best. Moves the balls around, tries to sink a deep 3. Not to be.
All the way to the left side. Here we go, folks. Quarter number 4. In this game 1 of sum of 2. It's a 22-point lead for Lebanon. Nemo dancing around. Looking for a man that's open. Gets the defender in the air. Takes it to the rack himself.
I think these kind of scores, these kind of buckets are what gets your team pumped up more than just your run-of-the-mill 3. It's you're showboating, you're dunking on the opposition team, and it works out wonders. For now, though, it goes the other way. Dima goes to the 3-point line and then comes back in the paint in the same fashion as if he never left.
Looking to make an impact here. He's way back. Big 3 coming in for Lebanon. They're trying to go ahead and get the deficit as less as possible. So even if they don't win game 1, they make game 2 a little easier for them, as they would need to win 1 point more than the margin of victory. But Lebanon knows that, so they go ahead and get the 2 right back. 21-point lead with 21 seconds on the shot clock here in the fourth quarter. Swings it over to the left. The left hash is open. That bucket is not. Gets it over to the fast break opportunity now. Top of the key to Lebanon. Lebanon swings it to the left to RJ. RJ, top of the key, swings it back down low. Took the 2.
It just keeps on working for Lebanon. For the side of Jordan, though, we're asking them to do the impossible, at least the impossible that we've seen in this series. Score 20 points in a game that they haven't had the quarter where they've scored 20 points. A miracle needs to happen, and for now, it's just deep lobs, quick counterattacks. Ball just moves on back and forth with no regard for defense with this one.
None indeed, as Nemo getting harassed and bumped around. Passes it to the right side, back over to the top of the key. Nothing there. Lebanon harassing him, bullying him, not giving up as Jordan. They go ahead and shoot that one. Nothing goes. Rebound secured, and the putback with the 2 is good as well.
They do not give up. That's good. Not until the last moment where they know that the ball is lost. They do not give up. They look for those opportunities. And if you can get a putback, fantastic.
2:30 left to go in the fourth. Inbound coming in from Lebanon. The team in red. The team in white is Jordan. Diablo gets the cut. He was open. He said, I'll take the 3 instead, sir.
And take it, he did. Again, creating space for himself, moving about. I think this is, with every single team in this qualifier, all the other ones knows, you need to move the ball around. You need to just keep on moving the players about. I love this as well. It's again, run-of-the-mill. You set up a screen. You pretend you're going one way where the screen is set up, and then you immediately step back. Not working every single time around, but hey, still, as long as you can make those basics work, the rest will follow.
Nemo back over to the left side. Has the cut coming in. That one's tipped. That one's taken away. Lebanon looking to pour it on and end the quarter strong. 1:40 in this one. RJ had the dunk the last time out. Gets the midi this time.
A 2 is a 2. And he's going to continue adding it to his numbers. And it's going to be great. Victor Osnema. Those 3s, again, he is seemingly the player that they want to perform the best. But so far, he's not having the best day. And well, on the other side of the field, it's Lebanon. They get their chances, they convert them, and it works out wonders.
Indeed it does. As Nemo dancing around, gets it to the top of the key. The Lord never misses, but in this game he did.
Oh, Lord. It's enough to have a crisis of faith, honestly, Dr. Arrogant. Again, I haven't seen any arrogance in his play style, so if we ever get a chance to find out what's up with this nickname, maybe we'll finally find out. But for now, Dr. Arrogant representing his team well, his country well. Yeah, let's not forget, these players are not just a club. These are all from one country, representing their nation, the pride. Oh, it's a lot of pressure, but also a lot of honor, I think.
Indeed it is, and it's also an honor to go and check out these polls that we asked folks. Lebanon will...
Oh, it's suspense is killing me.
How long is a mile?
I still think that it's such a non sequitur. Like,
Win game one by a kilometer. Of course, we've already talked about how long it is. Threw me off. I forgot I've got to read it backwards to know. I was like, Lebanon? I was like, English isn't Englishing. Lebanon will, how long is a mile? I was like, okay. Not quite sure what's happening on that side of things for us.
No soap, radio.
There you go. I don't know what you're watching or listening to, but that's definitely not something I've listened to. RJ puts the staple on him. 85-59. And that is all she wrote, as Lebanon is exactly who we thought they were. They come out in a dominating performance in this game one against Jordan. And just what a great game that was to see.
Oh, my God. Lebanon, just colors of Saudi Arabia. So it will be interesting to see them in the upper bracket if that's the way this series goes. Again, it's sum of two. So next game, Jordan has the opportunity to outscore their opposition and move on forward themselves. But Lebanon does all the things right. It's hard to even pinpoint a weak point in their game. Offense on point, defense on point. They get their transition doing well. They pickpocket the ball. So where's the weakness? I don't think there is. Again, and their play is multifaceted, so they're not sticking to just one thing. They have an opportunities in the key, outside of it. The threes are good. Just put a point on any point of the game, and they're going to perform.
Indeed, and that's the type of ball game you expect from Lebanon. Someone who's been dominating this tournament quite a bit. They got a chance to represent Lebanon in Sweden. But of course, Saudi Arabia has been kind of in their neck of the woods and dominating on their own regional end and winning a couple of ones. So this will be a fun matchup to watch if Lebanon is able to continue this type of performance in game number two. And look, you had Lebanon that kept it a little bit close, right? The pace was kind of there, but it was just the silly mistakes with the turnovers that were happening, giving up those easy baskets that got them in a deficit they weren't able to come back from.
Yeah, and right here, again, Victor Nemo, his name was called a lot, but his conversion rate perhaps needs to go up, or Jordan really needs to look for some other opportunities. It's not just Victor Nemo doing a three, Victor Nemo doing like this, a dunk. Who else is there? Who else can be the difference maker for Jordan? We're going to find out once this next game starts. Of course, we're going to be swapping the jerseys. We're going to moving the ball around. So let's take a look at the box score. And, well, I said Jordan hasn't had a 20-point quarter. They had one. It still did not save them. And the point differential is what it is.
Indeed, and of course, when you look at this box score, the things that stand out is the steals, quite even. The rebounds is where the differentiator is in favor of Lebanon by 8, so those opportunities are there. And then we go ahead and take a look at the threes made 16 to 11 and 33 overall baskets made to 23. The assist column is another dominating performance, 26 to 11.
Crazy.
That's more than a 2-to-1 factor coming into it. And just a dominating performance. And as you can see, the bounce back, right? From the first quarter of scoring 16 to the second quarter of scoring 29. So they almost doubled it. So the pace really picked up for Lebanon. And you just could not keep up if you were the Jordanians.
Other points to point out. Ederna, triple-double, 15 points, 13 rebounds, 10 assists. And it's working out well. On the other side, Big Trust team with 34 points. Pretty much going for majority of the points for his team. While on the other side, every single player from Lebanon has scored at least 10 points, a whole team effort. I love to see it.
Everyone in double digits, that's the way you want to go ahead and play some good, sound basketball. And just, let's talk about Dirna. I'm glad you went ahead and pointed out that triple-double. That is not something you see often. I could be wrong, and I'm happy to be wrong, but I believe this is the first time in this qualifier round, not just in the Middle East, but also from the Africa region that we've seen a player score a triple-double, a dominating performance from Dirna coming in as the big man. 15 points, 13 rebounds, 10 steals, and we'll sprinkle in a steal, why don't you? Not just that, by the way. 7 for 7. Did not miss a shot. Not just that, by the way. Went ahead and was perfect from beyond the arc as he knocked down all of the one shot that he took. It's not often that you see a big man dominating on the boards with the dimes and also can knock down a three from beyond the arc.
Hey, Indy, may I introduce you to a little-known player as Kristaps Porzingis. He does both well, and he is... I'm not sure if he actually got transferred to Golden State Warriors or was that just a rumor, but hey, he is going to be there with the best of the best.
As someone who lives in Atlanta, we were hoping to do some great things with him, but we went ahead and shipped Trae Young to Washington. So, you got to go ahead and restart and rebuild, and that's what Lebanon's going to do in game number 2. But, of course, that's something to be seen here as my screen. Let me go ahead and pull us up here. You know what happens is when you're calling games, you've got the box score, you've got the WhatsApp, then you've got your other stats. Sometimes I forget to just look. Am I on air? What's happening? What's going on?
Yeah, you're here, man. All good.
Yeah, cool. I'm here. All right. Not a dream. I did have a dream, by the way, that Raynars... I kid you not. I had a dream that Raynars texted on WhatsApp and said, hey, guys, by the way, it's going to be an 8-hour broadcast. I don't know. I don't know why Raynars is popping up in my dreams. Him and I talk a lot, I guess, because of eFIBA. But he did. Hey, Raynars, stay out of my dream, buddy.
Yeah, and I'll call it immediately. Don't come to my eater, please. It's okay. I have already a setup over there. I'm good. We're going to be seeing each other quite often here at the studio, so I'm good. But we love you, man. Thank you for being here with us behind the scenes.
Then, now let's go ahead and talk about game number 2. What do you think it is that Lebanon needs to do to make sure that they maintain their lead here? Is there anything that you think Jordan can do? And, of course, let us know in the chat, as Jordan will. And I'm sure we'll have a couple of funky answers for you there. But what do you think Jordan needs to do to go ahead and make this a closer ball game in game number 2?
Again, conversion rate needs to go way up. And as easy for me as it to say, Big Trust Nemo cannot be the only point of contact for this team. The problem is you cannot decide this and change this between the games. This is something that you practice. This is something that you aim for in your pickup games, in your just any sort of preparations to make for this tournament and play as a team. So it's going to be incredibly hard, but they need to recognize that and sort of cut the losses and make sure that this ship is not sinking. And this is game number 2. Otherwise, it's going to be incredibly tough because right now it's very easy. If it's very easy for Lebanon to know, okay, we know who is the 3 scorer. Yes, maybe they're going to score a lot, or at least attempt a lot of these shots. But if we can cover him like 50% of the time, their scoring is going to go way down.
26 points is the differentiator. By the way, I'm always hoping for a game 3. I just recognize the little nicknames that they have for them. Always love it. I'm always hoping for a game 3. Are you kidding me? Listen, I've got so much water here. Listen, I've got 1, I've got 2, I've got 3. Oh, nope, dropped it. Hold on.
Oh, no.
The cap was on. I'm ready to go, baby. Come on. You know what I mean? What you got there? What you sipping on?
Just some water as well, and in a nice little studio cup over here. But yeah, we are well hydrated.
I'm sure that's water. I'm sure that's water.
Shh.
All right, well, as you go ahead and sip on that, we'll go ahead and take a dip into game number 2 between Lebanon taking on Jordan. 26 points was the point differential in game number 1. 27 points is what Jordan needs to beat Lebanon if they want to claim the series. If Jordan only wins by 26, and now it ends up being a 0-0 margin of victory with both games combined, we would go to a deciding game number 3 to see who moves on, because the winner of this matchup between Jordan and Lebanon will go ahead and take on Saudi Arabia in game number 3. The loser will move down to the lower bracket to take on Qatar. And of course, then we have sudden death elimination. Game number 2. Here we go.
Of course, you would love that game number 3. It says so in your title card.
The sun will be up by then. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. The sun will come up tomorrow. Bet you bottom dollar.
Hey, take it. Take it, baby. Take the reins. Get some karaoke up in here as that contested shot doesn't go. Going the other way. Lebanon goes ahead and draws blood. First, it's Lebanon in the white jerseys, and the nice black ones is for Jordan.
All right, they need to be blackout in this game, though. Again, that point differential that you mentioned, as the first of the points is coming in, it's not gonna be there in a day. Oh my God! Sits him on his derriere. Ooh, that's embarrassing.
Roller skating out there. Gets him on his behind. Gets him on his back. Farizo. Over to Nemo. Nemo gets the cut from the right, gets the assist, gets the ball game tied up at 4.
Back and forth, India, and they're not allowing Jordan, not allowing Lebanon to run away with it. Again, everything happening in the paint right now, and I'm loving that kind of game. It's threes, you know the way it's going to happen. There's somebody open, already standing there for 5 minutes, checking their clock. But no, it's these cuts and to the key that are the best, honestly, for me. Vitrus Nemo starts, and once the game slows down, it feels like for the side of Jordan, it gets a little bit hard for them to crease.
Indeed, and so far, this is kind of how game 1 had started, right? Jordan kept it close. They had the lead at some point as well, but they just weren't able to maintain it as Nemo swings it over to the left side. Gets it back outside. Left corner was open, but he goes up with it. Doesn't get a rebound secure. Swings it to the right. Snag. That's going to be a reach-in foul from Dr. Arrogant.
Aha, finally we know what it is about Dr. Arrogant. He puts his hands where they don't belong.
I'm not even going to entertain that for a second because that could get us fired, and they do need casters to finish off the rest of the night. So we will head to the polls to answer. Jordan will cut the deficit 60%, increase the points difference. This is bad, by the way, for Jordan, and I still don't know what deficit means. Well, at least I hope you know what a mile is. But Jordan will look to go ahead and cut the deficit from 26 in game 1 to 20 to 5 or less, I guess. Or they'll just go ahead and increase it.
I'm just going to open my Oxford Dictionary for a moment, if you don't mind, India. A deficit, a noun. The amount by which something, especially a sum of money, is too small. An example. And, do I actually have an example? No, I do not, India. Back to you.
Here's what we're going to do, actually. You've got the mic for a minute. That is exactly the voice I want you to commentate in. Just like that. The same voice, the same annotation and everything.
Oh, there is no problem. Vitrus Nemo with the ball. The point guard tries a 3, and it goes in. 9-11, cutting that lead only down to 2. But the control is with Hell Diablo. And I'm pretty sure that the producers are going to at any point say, Jam, what are you doing? And I'm going to say, I'm a theater kid. I'm a theater kid. I do what I want.
It reminds me of as if Mr. Bean took over the broadcast and just started calling the game is what that reminded me of. I feel like when you call the Europe games, that'll be something that will be interesting. But great job. Well done. I would do an Indian accent of a broadcast, but I may not make it back to Middle East Part 2.
The only person here who can do an Indian accent, man, is you.
I think eFIBA would wake up and they're like, hey, buddy, stop it. Go back to bed. You're done for the night. As a quick timeout gets called, as Lebanon's got a 15-9 lead over Jordan.
Oh, no,
the
that camera.
mic is kind of messing up a little bit. There you go. Fix the mic, fix the ball game, and get yourselves back in this one.
Alrighty, big trust Nemo with the ball. I've stopped doing the voice, but if you have any other calls, like I'm versatile, man. I'm versatile. I can do something else. This big trust Nemo is looking for an opportunity, but we get stuck in this endless circle of they're trying to shake up the defense, but it's just not working. And even when there are opportunities, I think arise, big trust Nemo goes for something else, maybe not an immediate 3. I'm shaking my hand and scratching my head. It's like, what exactly is the plan?
We will soon find out. By the way, here's my thing for you, right? Sometime in this game, I need you to pull one out of the book of our victorious leader, Vince, on the broadcast. I need you to use the term slamma-jamma. That's what I need. So figure it out. Doesn't matter how you do it. Anytime you feel like pulling it out, you're welcome to, as Diablo. 9 seconds to work with. Takes it inside, denied! That one's blocked by Jordan. They're looking to go the other way. Swings it to the right corner. The big block, the big three, and we're tied up at 15 apiece.
Or India, we are alive. We are alive. Hell comes popping, and Hell Diablo comes popping with just a 2. A little bit too deep past that line. Alrighty. Gets the blood moving. Oh, that's a fadeaway, not gonna work out. And we're gonna be moving into the second quarter. It is 17-15, 2 points that separate Lebanon and Jordan. Lebanon in the lead with possession in the corner. That's gonna go for a 3.
Nice job there to go to get that one back, and it gets stolen away. Lebanon tipped away. That one goes back to Jordan. Swings it the other side. Back over is Nemo. Looking to find Ferrezo. Top of the key. Back over to Nemo, the point guard. Looking to go ahead and carve up this defense and cut the deficit down to at least single digits. Or excuse me, a single possession. Doesn't have it, and that's just a lot happening. Slow it down. Slow it down.
Oh, yeah. All right, still have the possession. Still have those 10 seconds to shoot. Lenage waits and sinks that 3. Perfect. And back to the 2 points. Eventually to 1 possession, but we're going to see Hell Diablo is getting stopped all the way in his own half. But Dima, that is D-I-I-M-A for you, dunks it all. Not a slamma jamma just yet. I'm going to save it for something big.
All right, and of course, it's Dima. Apologies on the mistake there on the pronunciation. But what doesn't change is the fact that man dominated on the boards. Nobody can take that away from you. Shot, left side, doesn't go. Rebound by Dima. I feel like I've got to call his name out 20 times now to make up for it. Misses it. Going the other way now is Jordan. A chance to take the lead for the first time in this ballgame. Nemo swings it to the left side, and a timeout gets called for them to talk things over.
But the thing is, India, they never talk things over. They press timeout, and then immediately they just restart. They want to get a better position. They were not liking what they were seeing. Ooh, a tip. And this goes the other way around. Demon waiting. I see him. Waits. Oh, even with the time that he had, we're going the other way around immediately. And Big Thrust Nemo gets fouled out by Ain't on my left.
Dima misses that one. Dirna would have made that one. Nemo, top of the key. Looking to go ahead and get the lead once again for the first time. Swings it to the right side. Corner shot is good. And it's Jordan that's got the lead 23-22.
Alrighty, it's a start. They still need tons of points to get the series in their favor. But any sort of lead, forcing the opposition to be on the catch-up is what it matters. Hell, Diablo, we usually see him at the 3-point line, but he was way deep. And that too gets his name.
Back and forth of a ball game. 24-23, 2:30 left to go in the second. Jordan looking to reclaim the lead.
Oh.
That shot doesn't go. Rebound secured here by Lebanon. RJ, shot doesn't go over there. Back-to-back misses, back-to-back clanks. And now the third time, the attempt is good.
Wow, 28, almost 29 feet back there. Something he had to give, and was Big Trust Nemo with it, increasing that lead. Now that's a 2-point differential. Ain't on my level. To Dima, slams it in. Not yet.
Oh,
not yet. India.
Okay, I feel like you're saving it for the fourth.
Like a sneeze is coming, you know. So no, not to be 2 more points, Jordan. And still in the lead.
Let the record note that you called Vince's slamma-jamma and compared it to a sneeze. I hope he wakes up and someone lets him know that you did that.
I haven't. No. I just called it slam. No jamma. No jamma was there. And I know I'm the jam, man. If anybody knows if there was a jamma, that's me, man.
Very fair point as a 3 gets reported back for Lebanon. 1:18 left in the second quarter. Jordan brings it up the past half court. Nemo calls a wrap, trying to get defenders away from him. He's got one stuck. He has the opening. Takes the shot. The defender did a great job closing out. 48% contested. The timing was a late release, but that one is wide open. That one is good, and that one gives Lebanon the lead once again by 2.
Rizzo. I'm seeing, again, every single time Jordan comes out slow, it's a problem of this slog, the molasses of trying to get through the defense of Lebanon that is on point. Whereas Nemo, that's not going to go in. While on the other side, of course, it's the point guard. Maybe he's not there to take the 3, but players already 1 in 5 positions coming on there. That lead got cut down, got overcome, and now it's 5-point lead for Lebanon once again.
And that's why no lead is safe when Lebanon is playing, and Jordan knows that as they go ahead and call timeout a couple of times. The first time I can understand if you want to kill momentum. The second time, I'm not quite sure what's happening because unless my eyes are deceiving me, Jordan no longer has any timeouts left, so that could be something crucial to pay attention to in the second half of the game. But for now, they go ahead and get the steal, and they get the
Slamma Jamma!
Hey, look at that, baby. You wouldn't even know it's our first time broadcasting. That's the way we do it. My ex couldn't even fill my sentences like that.
I will not signify that with any comment. But it's good. It's good that we have the chemistry, man. It's good that we have the chemistry. Call me after the game.
Amen. I got you. I'll vent to you. 3.2 seconds. Jordan trying to get something. They got the shot. Oh, and they couldn't get the basket as it just bounces away. But boy, oh boy, we're in for a good one.
Oh, it is a doozy of a game. We've been slamming and jamming. Victor Nemo, we're seeing him act out again. 3s, 2s, he goes for everything. I'm pretty sure he's going to be the top point scorer for Jordan. But it has not been yet decisive. And that's what Jordan needs to take the whole series. Decisive.
And we will see how Jordan is able to go ahead and claw their way back to reclaim their lead. Once again, they not only need to win, but they need to win by 27 or more. Or at the very least, they need to win by 26 to force in game number 3, which we love. Arrogant with the early shot. Doesn't go. Gets the rebound on the offensive side. Another shot doesn't go. And this time we're going the other way. It's Nemo looking to go ahead and find a man down low. Gets this dunk to go ahead and cut the deficit down to 4.
Some slammers definitely for Jordan, and they're looking for opportunities. They're looking for open players, and they're getting them. The problem is on the other side of the pitch, the Lebanon is doing absolutely the same. And sorry to say, even though the scoreline is quite close, Lebanon is doing it better. That 3 does not go in, but Dima waits for an opportunity, passes it out. He just collects the ball and deposits it back to where it matters the most. It's supposed to be this player, but not to be. Victor Nemo goes to the corner. There's a whoa, guys. There's plenty of Victor Nemo for everybody.
Amen to that. 4-point deficit. They can hang out later on if they want to. Off air, off stream. Nemo trying to swing it inside. Kicks it back out, even though I thought he had a chance to go to squeeze it into the rack. Nemo trying to looking for some space. Takes a shot. Late release. 29% contested from the 26-footer. Doesn't go. Ball gets hit in the head. Goes out of bounds.
Ouch. Ouch for that
Ouchie
particular.
wowie.
Ow. And other sounds that we were going to be recording for our audition tapes for voice acting.
Yeah, we just got to, we're doing it for the dashboards is what it is.
Yes.
For the stream decks. Great pass. Oh, my goodness. And great pass back, I guess.
Yes.
Little hot potato leading to the 3, and the deficit is now cut down to 1. Lebanon looking to extend it here. Don't want to give a lot of breathing room or any hope to Jordan. That's going to be a foul, getting mugged at the top of the key. That's a 3rd foul, well outside the 2-minute mark. Take it out, bounce. Here comes the inbounds. And that's going to be another quick foul. Interesting. That's his 4th with 3 minutes left to go in the 3rd.
They're trying to stop them, but is this the way to do so? I feel like they're just reaching out way too much. Ain't on my level. Dunks that one in. Gives the 3-point lead for Lebanon. And it's time for Big Trust Nemo. Now there's, again, 3 opportunities. Maybe not. Oh, but Lenash underneath the bucket puts that.
Great job trying to make the corner defender to go ahead and make a decision on to guard the 3-point line or to go ahead and guard the defender. And that's going to be an illegal screen. We're going the other way.
Yeah, Dima. We believed in you. You're doing something illegal? Yeah. Well, he's still looking pretty strong for his team. 1 point differential, though, and it's going to be incredibly close. But overall, in the series, Lebanon is feeling comfortable. They up by 27 points. They're going to continue doing the same.
From the right side, all the way to the left, it's Nemo. Nemo kicks it to the corner, gets that one to go, and they reclaim the lead one more time. Lebanon up by 2. A defensive stop here would be huge for the momentum to continue in their favor. Diablo looking to put a stop at that and at least tie things up. Dima finishes at the rim.
Oh, God, he has so much height. I'm pretty sure he can just put it without jumping into the basket. And just on that particular one, he does it from the corner 3. No good. And again, the release, I think has been really betraying Jordan on their attempts. All the while we go to the other side, Lebanon with their possession. And they're going to be looking who's going to be there. Not that one in particular. And the rebound goes the way of Jordan. That's incredibly important. Otherwise, Dima has been incredibly strong with collecting those stray balls.
Misses that one. Rebound secured in a quick foul. Tied up at 42 apiece. A minute 24 left to go in the third quarter. This is game number 2 between Jordan and Lebanon. Here's Nemo on the left side. Passes it to the corner. That one's not going to be there, so he gets it right back. Trying to find it open. Fades away. Top of the key. The middy's good.
All right. This is what we want to see from Jordan. And as long as they continue in the same way, it's going to be working out well. El Diablo underneath for Dima. We forgot, or they forgot. Maybe everybody forgot, but Lebanon did not. Their center is there and ready for the take.
Berizzo over to Nemo. The point guard. The deep shot. That's the way you want to reclaim the lead. The big 3 from the top of the key.
And now he's deep bomber activated and not denied. Okay, not this time around. So watch out for even more shots for Big Trust Dama. Maybe now he's finally going to be in his stride and shooting these from as far away as possible. Just needs to stand up. Oh, for Rizzo. There's Nemo. They really want him to score, but there's 2 players on top of him and he still dodges and weaves and gets that 3 going.
Big play. Here's another big steal. Jordan showing up in this one in game number 2. They throw it away. They still got themselves a decent lead, but they need to close out quarter number 3 with a stop. They don't get that one to go. Now it's Lebanon on the defensive side. Jordan swings it out, gets it over to Nemo, who's got that deep badge. He can knock it down from anywhere. Great job passing it down low as everyone was corralling to him. He found the open man. 52-46. It's Jordan on top.
Keep siding up, but this fourth quarter needs to be sublime. Really some big trust Nemo for a rare chance that he is not immediately covered. Sometimes even with 2 players from Lebanon, lets that 3 fly. This one is a 3 flyer, but it does not go in. Feels like Lebanon is getting a little bit risky, a little bit hasty with their moves, and that's exactly what Jordan's going to pounce on.
That one gets denied. Lebanon with the big block. Trying to get themselves going here in the fourth quarter, and they go ahead and turn it over again. Jordan doing a great job on the defensive side, making life hectic for Lebanon. Rebound secured on the offensive side. A quick foul. Now, here's what's great about this, though, right? If you're Lebanon, you know that you need to not just lose game number 2, but you got to lose it by 26 or more if you're going to try to force a game 3. So you're a little lackadaisical. You're taking it a little easy. You're getting a little lazy. So Jordan needs to really make them pay here as that shot not going to go. Rebound secured in the offensive end. 2 for $1 gets them the big 3.
More ka-chings coming away. And yeah, just put these numbers together on the bottom of your screen. Yes, the point differential is big, and it's getting a little bit bigger as we move on with a nice 3 from Lebanon. But it is within the realm of possibility already. We see that Jordan has scored almost the same amount of points right here, and they're in the lead. And the game number 1, the problem is it's Lebanon that has scored that many more. 85 versus 59 in the previous game. Right now, the other way around, 58 and 49. There's still more to go, Dima. And a little bit of timeout, and they're going to be restarting that possession.
Hey, bro, your name can't be ain't on my level and not take that 3 on the left hash. I really expected him to go ahead and pull it. Decided not to. Lebanon down by 9 with ball. 3:16. Stone Cold Steve Austin. Diablo Trying to get a couple of dribble moves in. Trying to shake the defender. Can't get it. Gets stolen away from Jordan. Now we're going the other way. It's Nemo. Everyone is crammed to the right side. The right corner was open for a moment because everyone was quartered to the cash. Nemo takes that shot. Contested, and the other way we go.
No, not this time around. He went all the way back to the logo, but still could not find a clear opportunity. And right there in the corner, it's the previous series all over again. How can a player be so open so late in the game? Where are you trying to collect something? But first, Nemo, he tries to get all his eyes on him. Tries to get a deep one. That one just does not sink in.
It's not often we see a wide open be that late of a release as Lebanon makes them pay. Now they've cut the deficit down to 3. They're looking for a stop to get a chance and tie things up. Jordan wants the exact opposite, and that's exactly what they delivered. Knocks down the 3.
Needs more of these. Needs like a bucket load, a pallet load, a truckload of these threes to keep on going his way. All the while, Lebanon needs to be either denied or only be allowed 2s. And that's going to be a tough ask, especially we have less than 2 minutes to play in this game. And while possession goes the way of Jordan, Big Trust Nemo needs to be really dive bombing a lot of these. Pick and roll for him. Tries to find Lecnouche. That was snotted.
Now the other side, you've got Lebanon knocks down the 3. They've been kind of seesawing back between a 6-point ball game, a 3-point ball game, a 6-point ball game, a 3-point ball game. And again, it does look that they're going to move on to face Saudi Arabia unless somehow, some way, Lebanon is able to win by 27 points or more. That one gets stolen away. Lebanon looking to go ahead and get this down to a 1-point ball game. And as we close out the 4th quarter, let's go ahead and bring up the poll where we said Jordan will.
I'm going to get surprised just as you, India. Will cut the deficit. And I mean, that's to be fair, cut the deficit they will, but increase the point difference? No. And that is indeed still bad. And deficit?
Okay, it's time to bring my very important voice. Let's say, do I have an example still? I still haven't prepared an example, India. I'm so sorry, but it's definitely going to come in sometime.
That's okay. You are forgiven as we've got ourselves a good one here, 63-63. Less than a minute left to go in the 4th quarter. As we get rid of the poll and we go to bring you into this intense matchup where Jordan looking to reclaim the lead. Swings it over to the right side. Contested shot. Not going to go. Early release on the timing. The 22-footer is no good. No shot clock. It's just the game clock. It's Diablo. Mano y mano. Nobody can stop that man from deep. Knocks it in. But this was not over. You've got Jordan that's got a chance to go ahead and tie things up and force an overtime ball game. Nemo looking to find himself a 3. And they're going to foul. They're going to be smart. They're going to put him at the line.
Because Nemo gets his first. Try to sink the second. Drops on in, but it's immediate foul right there. Timeout in this particular case. But my God, let's return to that Hell Diablo shot. That was all the way from hell into the basket. So deep.
Hell for Jordan, heavens for Lebanon. Here comes the inbound play. It's Diablo. They're trying to get a steal. They finally go ahead and foul him. Put him at the line. Or excuse me, that's the first foul under 2 minutes. The next one puts him at the line. And now they're just going to go ahead and hold on to it, chuck it, and that's it. It's over. It's Lebanon that comes from behind to be victorious with a big 3 from Diablo. The deepest one I think we've seen thus far.
Yeah, this was the perfect highlight moment. And to cap off the game that was going back and forth. And realistically, Jordan had an opportunity. If we would forget game number 1, in which that big point lead, ended up being 26, was created, Jordan was within an earshot of converting the series in their own favor. The problem is that was that weight just weighing on them. Too many points to overcome, and it's doubtful that Lebanon would completely break apart. And they did not, even converting that game in the end as well. So that's a twofer for them, making sure they move on to the next round versus Saudi Arabia.
And what a great matchup that was. What a great game this was. Of course, Jordan does wish they played like that with a somewhat of a similar result in game number 1. But you got to give them props. You got to give them kudos as they kept this one close and really put themselves within striking distance. And boy, did they strike. Just a couple of decisions late in the game where they went ahead and had a turnover and they gave up a couple of threes in the corner was the deciding factor. And then you had Lebanon that was smart to not even try to give Jordan a chance to go ahead and shoot a 3. They just said, no, we're going to play the foul game. We're going to get the ball back, and we're going to launch it to go ahead and end things. Just an incredible, incredible matchup we got a chance to see. And, I mean, just amazing to watch this one.
Alrighty, coming up on the screens. Why Dima has not been able to repeat his triple-double from the previous game. Maybe he was the difference maker at the very end. But you see that assist has started popping for Jordan, just barely below Lebanon's 21. Jordan got 17. Rebounds were also working out well. So overall, their game, Jordan's leveled up. Problem is, it just wasn't enough in this game, and unfortunately, it wasn't enough in the series. But India, take a look at that quarter number 3. 20 points for Jordan, 8 for Lebanon. They got shut down.
I can go ahead and just do this, right? I mean, that's how many. If I can go ahead and count the number of points that you went ahead and scored with my 2 hands, it's just not a recipe for success. It's not a recipe for victory. However, what Lebanon did go ahead and show us is that they are able to go ahead and put up a fight against Saudi Arabia. What Jordan showed up is that they are going to be able to put up a great fight against Qatar in that lower bracket, and we are in for a treat as we show you how the bracket has now played out between these two. Game 1, Saudi Arabia beat Qatar, so they advanced to Game 3. Game 2, Lebanon beat Jordan in both of those, so the point differential is in their favor, so they go ahead and move on to Game 3, where they will face Saudi Arabia for a game of 2. Qatar lost Game 1. Jordan lost Game 2. Therefore, they will move on to the lower bracket and face each other in a sum of 2. The loser between Qatar and Jordan gets to sleep in their pajamas. The winner gets to move on to game number 5, where they will face the winner of Saudi Arabia and Lebanon. I think we explained that thoroughly. What I'm saying is we're in for a good one.
Absolutely. Saudi Arabia and Lebanon both showed their strong sides in their respective series, and now head-to-head, knowing that Lebanon also took a game of Saudi Arabia earlier in the pre-qualifiers, means that this sum of 2 contests in game number 3, series number 3, is going to be a doozy. And all the while, yes, as you said, whatever happens, both of these teams are resting until tomorrow and resting until their respective series. They don't even start the day. They're going to be looking at their opposition, biding their time, preparing, relaxing. But then when the time comes, I think game is out of the pajamas, into the jerseys, and making sure they keep on putting on points on the board.
I may be looking nice and spiffy on the top. I may or may not be wearing pajamas. You'll never find out. But what I will tell you is that we'll be back on the other side of this break because we've got another good one in for you. And it's going to be, you have to wait to find out. I'm not even going to tell you who's playing. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back on the other side. Welcome back to eFIBA Season 4. This is the Middle East Qualifier. We've played a few games, and we've gotten a little bit closer to punching our ticket to Qatar. Welcome back, everybody. My name is Zunaid Suleman. That is my man, Jar of Jam, whose name I'm going to let him pronounce just so I don't butcher it and disrespect him.
No, thank you very much, Zunaid Suleman. My name is Taras Metenchuk, coming live from the Latvia studios here for eFIBA Qualifiers. I'm love to be here. So far, the two series that we've seen did not disappoint, and now we're getting the cream of the crop. Saudi Arabia versus Lebanon, the two best teams of the region. Yes, please.
And they are exactly the way that we wanted them to kind of see them play out, if you will. No disappointments coming from either of them. You did have Jordan that came so close to beating Lebanon. It wasn't going to be by the margin of victory of 27 that they needed, but still, what a great performance by them. We will see, just for the folks at home, we will see Jordan take on Qatar. That's going to be tomorrow. But like you said, today, it's going to be Saudi Arabia taking on Lebanon. What are you expecting out of that duo? We've got a chance to see both of them play. Some of them will blow out, some of them a little bit closer.
I think you're going to get to game number 3, man. This has game number 3 written already between these two teams. They managed to get a 1-1 result, again, point-wise in the pre-qualifiers. Saudi Arabia came out first. But the matter of fact is, Lebanon can take games of Saudi Arabia, and that is going to matter for a lot here. It's going to be another. Sorry, it's not yet the grand finals. I'm already thinking grand finals. They're playing the final game. No. It's still the sum of two. But I got very excited. So let's say Saudi Arabia and Lebanon are going to come incredibly close. But it seems like Saudi Arabia has enough to eke it out.
Well, let's go ahead and take a look at the head-to-head graphics so you can go ahead and tell us a little bit more about these players. I'll go ahead and set the stage. The talent power rankings are the exact same as a pre-qualifier placement. You had Saudi Arabia that dominated Qatar to get their spot here. You had Lebanon that dominated Jordan in that game 1, and they just squeaked it out in game number 2. What should folks look out for in this head-to-head matchup?
Oh my God, there's so many star players on the field right now that it is incredibly tough to really pick one out of them. But we'll just have to do that. I'd say, again, look out for these deep threes. Saudi Arabia knows how to really put them on. And if you want a player to watch, how about Will Movin? He does exactly that. The ball zips around the field when he's in possession. And he's usually the one not taking the points. He always looks out to set up his teammate.
Indeed, and that's what you kind of want, right? There is a time and place to go ahead and have the rock and to go ahead and dominate with it and get the points that you want. But there also comes a time where you have, like, say, Badge, for example, right? Where everyone knows that you're going to go ahead and shoot that one from deep. So when you get the pick, the center is going to step up a little bit more, and that may open things up. So if you have the corner that goes to go ahead and guard the slip, then you have the chance to dish it out to the ends. So those are the types of times where you've got to read and react. What a lot of point guards do is they come in with the mindset of, okay, I'm going to press this button, then I'm going to press this button, then I'm going to press this button. The great ones, the ones that win championships, not just in their pajamas remotely, but the ones that dominate in person, the ones that will dominate in Qatar, they read and react and adjust to the situation at hand.
Yeah, this is going to be the ones, and you have to be like this. When it comes to Qatar, even if you punch your ticket to Qatar, it's not going to be enough to just play a regular game, and I hope that everything fits. Maybe in your region it does, not on the big stage, not in front of the fans. It gets loud out there. It gets personal. I've seen last time around just how face-to-face the players were, and if you cannot stand the heat of the kitchen, do not come out there.
Well, now we're going to go ahead and face the votes in terms of the polling. So let's go ahead and check out what we've got cooked up for you. And that's, of course, to let us know in the chat that this game will be well, we'll find out when the results actually come out. But what I do know and what I can tell you and what I won't tease you is all the stats, the players, the teams, the matchups, and the schedules. You can find all of that at eFIBA.basketball. I'm telling you, the site is amazing. The crew, shout out to them. They put together something really well to keep everybody informed on all things eFIBA. And that's again at eFIBA.basketball. We've got game number 1 between Saudi Arabia and Lebanon coming up. These two countries, these two teams have played against each other many, many times. sometimes in the grand finals. Let's see who's going to punch their ticket to Sweden, to Philippines, and also in the group stage. And of course, right now, this is particularly the group stage, right? This is not the grand finals, but here's the reason that it matters. The winner of this matchup is going to go ahead and move on in the grand finals. The loser of this matchup is going to be moved on to the lower bracket. So they don't get eliminated, but they do have a little bit more work to do to get themselves in the grand finals.
Somebody has to go down, and it's got to be, well, we're going to find out. Only the game can tell, but makes it even better for that come from behind kind of situation. The story for the ages of the team dropping into the lower bracket, taking the win. Algeria already did that in the Africa region. So let's see who's going to be here. But still, we're not even there, not even the grand final. It's a game number 3 of the day. It's Saudi Arabia versus Lebanon for a spot in the grand finals of their respective qualifiers.
The team in green is Saudi Arabia. The team in white is Lebanon. And this is game 1 of this sum of 2. Moving his way towards a turnover. Gets that one on the other side. Lebanon has the ball, and they get fouled real quick to slow things down. You love the countrymen on their images in the webcam. You've got the flag of Lebanon on the right side. You've got the flag of Saudi Arabia on the left side. Excuse me, the right side for Lebanon, left side for Saudi Arabia. As you see them representing their own country, and that's the beauty of this, is every common man can go ahead and represent their country. Arrogant gets the ball. That's going to be a quick transition take foul as Lebanon extends their quick lead to 3.
All right. And it is the man, Dima himself, on that webcam for Lebanon on the right. Saudi Arabia is still represented by Osama PG on the left. And this early lead for Lebanon, can bode well, knowing that they're still in possession. And Dima with a dunk. That's already a 5 points to a squadoosh, a zilch from Saudi Arabia.
Hey, try not to throw up on that equipment over there after your lunch. Yeah, I saw your little hiccup there. I heard it. It's all right. It's all good. Shot. Doesn't go. Misses that one. Ball's in the air. Dima still has it. Brings it up like he's a point guard. Realizes he's not, but he dishes it like one. Had the assist if he wanted a teammate. They go ahead and dish it out to the right side, and a quick 7-0 lead. Comes to wonder if Saudi Arabia is going to call a timeout or if they're going to try to go ahead and get a bucket in this one. Having a tough time getting it past half court. At the last moment, they do. Defender in the air. Pass to the left side. The 3 to get him on the board with 1:40 into this one.
They're finally starting with the points on board, but it took them a moment. And in the meantime, Lebanon has been running circles around them. Will continue to do so. Dima is, again, cuts inside. We're so surprised to see him constantly on the 3-point line, but that's another 2 points for Lebanon. And they continue to really turn this game on its head. A couple of chances and well moving now. I said he's not scoring too much, but I think when the opportunity arises, why not pull out those 3 skills?
And we will see who's able to go ahead and knock down the bigger shots beyond the arc when the moment calls for it. And for now, we'll go ahead and call the results of the poll as we see a steal. React knocks down the 3, and this game will be a certified banger. 67 of you. 6-7. The game to watch is in this one here in the Middle East, and then nobody believes for this one to be a complete blowout.
Wow.
Well, I can't believe I did the 6-7. I'm a little upset at myself for that one.
You're an adult man, India. You are a grown up.
35 years old with white facial hair, baby.
Oh, smooth as a baby's bottom. Dunks coming in from Dima, and Lebanon is not allowing Saudi Arabia to run away from it. But on the side of Saudi Arabia, there's a dunker of their own. And he is in power. Well done.
Tied up at 11 apiece. Saudi Arabia gets themselves back in this one. Diablo looking for a little bit of room and gets it over to the right side for the reset. Foot on the line. No, 3 seconds in the offensive side. He expected his teammates to go in and shoot the rock so he could go in and get the offensive board. And instead, they leave him hanging. They disappoint him, and it's a turnover. And now it's Saudi Arabia for a chance to take the lead for the first time in this early ball game. 1:28 left to go. Gets called for a foul. We'll take it out of bounds.
Continue in the same fashion, I think, over here. Just looking for any opportunity. Well moving. He, with the ball, he is a gust of wind. Really a tornado with the way that he's moving around. Everything comes back to him. Previously, Osama has been the top scorer, and he sings yet another one, yet top left corner of your screen on his webcam. Cool as a cucumber.
And we'll need a lot more of those clutch moments from him, especially going up against the juggernaut of an opponent that they've got. Diablo, the three from the right side, contested, no problem.
Oh, that's a deep pig that he has pulled out, and if not him, then I guess who else? Everybody else is covered. I don't want to go for the obvious choices. Well, moving steps, and gets himself a three of his own. Saudi Arabia in the lead, but by no means this is a game in which one team dominates. I'm loving what I'm seeing. El Diablo, he wanted to get another one of these health shots. Decided against it, and that position is not going to bring anything for the Lebanon side.
Chopper bringing it up the court, gets it over to the right side, moving, trying to find a little bit of space, gets a little bit of a pick and pop, and it's Chopper that takes it to the rack. They were down 7-0. Now they're up by 4. Lebanon with a chance to respond. Technically a one-possession ball game because we have seen some 4-point shots in this one. Dots it to the right side. Defender's right there, but he gets a little too passionate, gets past him, and it gives the opening lane to Lebanon.
It's not over until it's over. You don't stop guarding your player. Ooh, that does not go in, and we get the start of the second quarter. But yeah, you cannot just let your player go after they went once, maybe twice. Come on. Eyes on the game and ain't on my level. Tries to get eyes on the basket, but not this time around.
I just drank water as if it was the finest thing in the world, and I forgot that I'm always on webcam and the production team can see it, so I apologize for that one. But that's all right. At least I didn't spill it all over myself. It's moving. No, please, God, no. I've done some embarrassing things, I promise you. Choppa. Back over to moving and grooving. Dishes it back out to the pick and pop for the 2. That one doesn't go. Rebound secured by Khalid, who gets the putback for the 2.
More and more opportunities. Saudi Arabia is playing until the end and knows that there are more points to pick up right there in the paint. Second, third opportunities. And just a standing 3. And they go all the way back. I'm loving the role that Dima has found himself in this particular series. He's not playing much more on the line, but when the time is there, he cuts in. And when the time is to collect a rebound, he's there as well. He pass back. Ooh, no, they just want to stop them. Osama knows that it's getting a little bit too dangerous, and Lebanon is getting their open looks.
See if they're able to go ahead and capitalize on this one. Get a chance to get the lead back. And a quick cut from the right side gets them the ability to do just that.
Getting a little bit of a look there, but well moving. Okay, what his options are going to be. A 3 would be the best, but he's right there. Him and Osama, really dangerous threats from behind the line, and that one in particular does not come in. And look how quick Lebanon, that's a lob of a ball, and it's another 2-pointer. A dunk comes in and gives Lebanon a 3-point lead.
Indeed, a back and forth type of ball game is exactly what you'd expect. This could very easily be a preview of the grand finals matchup, something we saw in the African qualifiers as well. As that shot doesn't get called for the foul, but he knocks down a big 3 as he falls to the ground, and we're tied up at 23 apiece.
They're collecting these threes, and they have to. None of the points right now for Saudi Arabia is being given easily. Oh no, out of bounds ball. Dima has taken it a little bit too far. Well, the chance was there right on the 3-point line in the corner. Not to be this time.
Saudi Arabia gets it past half court over to Chopper. Got the icons up to reset it back. The cut from the left side. Great job by Lebanon to stay with it as they go ahead and give up the slip instead. And that's the thing with a team like Lebanon, where they have so many different options. And a team like Saudi Arabia, well, they'll kind of mix and match. They'll call a cut. If the cut doesn't work, they'll throw another one as a nice shot from beyond the arc to go ahead and take the lead by 1.
Yeah, this kind of, it's not the clash of play styles, but just we're seeing how both of these work out really well. And yet another little cut. Chopper waits. Yeah, finally exits the paint and makes sure that the possession continues. Chopper now for a 3 attempt, not to be. Great collection on the rebound. This pass does not work out. This time Saudi Arabia closes down that player way deep on the other side of the court. And Saudi Arabia still with the possession, as if nothing has changed, but the lead, just a 1-point lead, is still with the Saudi, Lebanon. But now, the other way around, that deep three with an open player.
The beautiful play, the design was done, and it was just the execution that was impeccable as they get a cut from the right side. But the Saudi Arabian team putting together a couple of design plays to get the basket when they need them. This time, had to go to make a risky pass to get the ball past half court. They do. Chopper gets it over to the right side. A little bit crowded as they're both moving on to the left side. Is that going to be a charge? No, it's a blocking foul on the defensive side, as we're going to take it from out of bounds. 14 seconds left on the shot clock. Back over to Mubin. He sets it over to the left corner. Calls a cut. Nothing there. Wrap coming. Nothing on that side. Has the slip. Gets it over to the left corner. The middy's going to be good.
Oh, just like that, we're all looking for maybe there's going to be a straight pass to somebody under the basket, because that was being created. But nope, they found another opportunity. And a two-pointer is a two-pointer. They're going to take any sort of points that they can get out of this. As you can see, once again, the whole of Saudi Arabia's team is working well. Even the lowest score is 3 points. That's right now the point differential, pretty much. So they all know that they need and can commit to the play. But the last minute of play and the possession for Lebanon, Dima, he's not a point guard, but he still tries for those threes. Perhaps they need to find somebody else on that rim.
Any which way they can get it. Swings it over. Left cut. That one's
God.
good.
That was dirty. He dunked on them from the height and still going to continue doing the same. Again, I love the dunks because they're motivation boosters. I love the threes, but honestly, I felt okay after this one. After that dunk, boy, something rattled inside of me.
Amen to that one. Is moving. Gets it over to Chopper. Trying to find a little bit of space. Attacks the paint, and he finishes at the rim.
Has to. Again, the threes doesn't have to happen every single time. Also, the game just gets boring if everything that you're seeing is just three swoosh. Dima does not go in. Was that the right call? Felt like he had the time, the advantage, the everything, but they want to play how they want to play, and I do not blame them for that.
And you can see the Lebanon player shaking his head in disappointment on that one. As moving back over to the left side, that one gets blocked right before the end of the half. And we've got ourselves a treat for game one between Saudi Arabia and Lebanon. It's been a bit of a back and forth where Lebanon started off with a little bit of a lead. Then Saudi Arabia came back and smacked him in the face to regain the lead. But Lebanon's not going anywhere. What do you think about this first half so far?
I feel like Saudi Arabia did a great job of coming back from that. Felt like how Lebanon has started this game was indicative of a real disbalance, but it takes a strong team to gather yourself and say, okay, we conceded 9 points straight. We know how to come back out of this. We gather our thoughts, we gather our strength, and make sure that the opponent does not run away with it. That's what they did, and it's an exciting game. Both teams are smart on the court. Both teams are throwing this and that. The playbook is very deep for both of these sides, and both are technically capable. So I think we're in for a doozy of this third quarter and the second half that's already has started.
And of course, we will always get a chance to see who comes up clutch in the clutchest of moments. Maybe even a Tissot clutch moment in the fourth quarter would be great. As Diablo back over to Dima. Dima looking for a cut from the right side. Nothing there. Everybody moving. He couldn't find the open man. But what a shot! Hand in his face, 25% contested, no problem.
Yeah, they've been struggling to find a great opening, a cut that would really work for them. And then in the end, just finding it even in the traffic. Again, conversion is incredibly important. Every single one of these hard shots needs to be done. And this one was an opener. But in the corner, I react. Sam adds yet another one to his tally. 3-point lead, Saudi Arabia. What's the answer for Lebanon? They have their 3 shooters. They have their 2 shooters. That's Dima again. He seems to be handling the ball more than the hell Diablo is doing.
Yeah, you got to get all your teammates on the same page if you want this one to work. That one gets tipped away. Go on the other side. It's Saudi Arabia with the steal. It's Saudi Arabia with the dunk. It's Saudi Arabia with a 4-point lead.
Sorry, police. I would like to report a robbery. Goodness gracious, that was tipped out so well. Dima underneath loses the ball. This big, huge guy and drops the ball. You're kidding. Yes, they need to foul just to stop this momentum.
5-point lead now for Saudi Arabia. With the ball, it's moving. He lost a defender. Another one was there to get the contest. Can't get that one to go. Early release as well. Over to the right side. Ain't on my level. Swings it to the left. Diablo, a little too deep. Takes a step in. Knocks down the three.
Oh, they keep on gassing Saudi Arabia. I was already moving my eyes with a shot of El Diablo, but nope. He finds his teammate on the side, and that's what works for them the best. Possession with Saudi Arabia. They score here. And well moving. Look at him. Not too tall, but gets himself a couple of free throws.
Moving. Okay. All right.
Okay.
What?
It worked the first time when I saw this release, but okay.
All right.
I'm telling you, crazy.
All right. Sure. Yeah. Try that at the YMCA and see what happens to you. The big three to tie it up at 40 apiece. 2:20 left to go in the third.
Alrighty, we are even Stevens and well moving. Well, he still has a lot of moves in his bag, and two of players cover him. He's now on the arc. Steps, not going to get a chopper. Good with his rebounds. Gets fouled against, and we're going to be restarting straight from the sidelines. There's still time, 12 seconds. Plenty of time for Saudi Arabia to create something. Looking where the ball is going to go, but it's well moving. Does for his three. Rebound goes to Lebanon.
He had a nice move there to get himself a little bit of space. There's still a little contested shot, but the early releases what really screws him up. As Ray J. Back up top to Dima. Dima. Over to Diablo. Pick and pop. Nothing there. Back over to Diablo. Diablo. Once again, a late release on an open shot. His timing has just not been there for a couple of ones here in the third quarter. Minute 23 left to go. Moving over to the left side. Trying to find a little bit of space. Gets it over with the pick and pop play of their own over to Chopper. Chopper, 5 seconds to work with. Khalid's got to go ahead and make something happen. Tries to go and throw a grenade over. Instead, it's a turnover. And now it's Lebanon. A minute 05 left. Diablo with it. Top of the key, moving to the right, has a slip, gets it to the slip, gets the dunk.
I feel like this is where the Dima is the strongest. Yeah, we keep on seeing him on the arc, but he's not a threes player. He is not. He just has some great passes, but the problem is the pass should be coming to him rather than him delivering the pass to somebody. So whenever he cuts into the paint, that's where the points are coming from the Lebanon.
Moving. Trying to reclaim the lead. Can't even get it to tie it up with the two. The three from Lebanon is good.
Ooh, they stop Saudi Arabia on their own side. Then a deep dish pass all the way for a three. Okay, there is time for Saudi Arabia to claw back just a little bit. Osama, he's still going to be the target for that pass, but they cover him and charge him down pretty fast. In traffic, not going to go in. And for the last 20 seconds, it's going to be Lebanon looking forward to perhaps get 8-point advantage, 7-point advantage, whatever they can create.
And of course, that game two, that point differential is going to be that much more important. 12 seconds to go in the third quarter. 5 points separating these two teams, and Lebanon looking to make it a little bit more. Tried to get the cut, nothing there. Miscommunication leads to a steal, which leads to Saudi Arabia taking the three and cutting the deficit down to 2. And now, with them having the ball in the fourth quarter, they get a chance to go ahead and tie it up or go ahead and take the lead themselves. Chopper, the lights are on. They're bright. Who's going to step up? Not that man. Misses it. Rebound secured and a quick foul.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure if they needed that one, but it's counted. It has been called, and Saudi Arabia now with a possession trying to take this lead down. Whatever's going to happen, they're within a shot to take the lead for themselves as well. In the corner, I react. Sam not going to be on target, but 2 go for a rebound. Put back, not going to work out for Saudi Arabia, already down the other way. Early jump. Gets dispossessed right at the rim, and the other way we go. Foul on Osama. Perhaps a good decision.
4:20 left to go. 2-point ball game. Lebanon in this one. We'll see how many more good decisions they have in the bank to go and call upon. Moving and grooving and knocking down the three to regain the lead by 1 in the fourth quarter is exactly what the doctor ordered.
So, I'm sorry, India. This already is clutch time. We're constantly within 2. 1 point. 3 for Lebanon is good. 2-point lead for them yet again. And we're going to be seeing this seesaw back and forth, I think, for the rest of these 4 minutes that we have remaining in the fourth quarter.
Khalid from the left side over to Movin. He already knocked down a big three. This time he gets a big assist. Tying things up at 48 apiece with 3:30 left to go in the fourth quarter. Diablo looking to respond back with a big three of his own.
Alrighty, little by little, they're getting closer. Right now, if Saudi Arabia has dropped 3, that's not going to give them the lead. It's only going to give them a tie, and the time is running out. So right here with their possession, who's going to be the target? Osama, Chopper. I mean, Well Moving has been on point, and again, his scoring has improved, or just has been more calls for that particular one. Dunkaroonie takes the axe, chops it down. Chopper.
Chopping it up. Chopping up the defense inside the paint. Ain't on my level. To the right side. Diablo. Gets the defenders in the air. And
He's on point.
He indeed is, as he knocks down another one to extend the lead. Moving. Bringing it up the court. Looking to respond back on behalf of Saudi Arabia. Lebanon going to try to play him a little bit tighter, which of course opens up the paint, and he knows it as he drives it home for the 2.
Little Dunkaroonie over there. Now playing it slow. Hell Diablo. All eyes are on him, and I do believe we have highlighted him previously. If not, we absolutely should have. His timing sense right now is on point, and if the game continues the way it's going on, and if we're going to get a win for Lebanon, he would be the big difference maker. One of the reasons, main ones, why Lebanon has won.
Hell Diablo. Surprised he can even go ahead and get that gamer tag, to be honest. Shoots that one, top of the key. Gets it to go for Lebanon.
I'm telling you.
He probably spelled it with an I and a capital I.
Yeah.
That's what it is. Okay. All right, cheeky. Cheeky. Got me to say it on air. Congratulations. That shot doesn't go. Rebound secured by Lebanon. Swings it over to the left side. Defense closes in on him real tight, but not tight enough in the corner. And they give up a big 3. And this game is getting away from Saudi Arabia as they trail by 8.
Yes, there's going to be a second game, but everything is going right for Lebanon, while Saudi Arabia just got closed down a bit. Great swoosh from Well Moving, but it feels like it's not coming out that well. India, do you know what time it is?
It is the Tissot clutch time, and we'll see if Lebanon is able to capitalize on this one, and you betcha that's exactly who you count on to go ahead and get the job done. Up by 7. Looking to cut into the deficit is Saudi Arabia. Needs some space. Look at the way the defenders are collapsing on him as he slips it inside for the 2.
You got it, India. You got it. But so far, the problem for Saudi Arabia is I think Lebanon has scored on each one of their last, I want to say, 8 possessions. And a lot of threes were in there. How about another one? How about my level? Nope, nobody's on his level. And Well Moving is in a tough spot to create anything out of here. I'm pretty sure the time is going to be run down as far as possible because Lebanon's defense is very chopper.
Well, they're giving up the 3s. Excuse me, they're giving up the 2s instead of the 3s, which is exactly what they want to do in this situation. Is Diablo looking to go ahead and keep this one nice and easy for themselves. Saudi Arabia, very, very interesting on the defensive side. Of course, they kind of needed to go and foul him and try to get a steal. A little bit of a interesting decision by them, but nonetheless, 6 seconds separating the shot clock and the game clock. It is now Diablo with it. Got to be careful not to step out of bounds. The pick and pop play downstairs. Oh, that one should have been stolen away. Yeah. The defense is there. Saudi Arabia with the rebound, and that's a quick foul. That's going to go ahead and take them in bounds.
Well, India, I'm pretty sure, despite there being 7 seconds left on the clock, we're going to be here for like a minute or two. All of these timeouts, all of these restarts of play, everything, absolutely everything is going to slow the game down. But Well Moving, any sort of points that they can get there, even if they don't get the win, get a foul though. already.
Well, I was excited because it looked
I'm
like
excited too.
okay, all right, cool. The reason I put my arms up in the air is because he went ahead and shot that while he was taking the two, so we could have been interested to see what happens as we head back into the game itself. It's 65-61, 2.7 left. I guess this lets the fans know that we do get animated behind the scenes ourselves based on what's happening. Here's the inbound. Lebanon up by 4. Gets it to the right corner. Shot doesn't go. But they do go ahead and come out victorious in this game 1 as they take down Saudi Arabia.
I would love to get those 3 points in them for the next game. Right now, it's 66-61, just a 5-point differential. So that TISO clutch time is going to be pretty clutch throughout the duration of the game number 2 as well. And of course, we then sum both of these games together, and the winner is going to be moving on to the grand finals of this qualification. The loser dropping down to the lower bracket. And I cannot separate them yet, India. Lebanon doing what the underdogs are doing the best. They are surprising everybody. They're clean, and again, the way that El Diablo has been performing, if Saudi Arabia dropped the ball here and there, El Diablo and his teammates as well, I don't want to disrespect the rest of the Lebanon squad, they have been executing. I would love to see their conversion rate on these shots, because that percentage is high.
These two teams have always kind of gone back and forth. So the margin of victory truly comes into play in a big, big way. And, you know, Lebanon, these two teams are kind of like 1A and 1B. But, of course, because of the rankings that we've put, because of the rankings from the pre-qualifiers, you do have Lebanon that is the second-ranked team, but they're really dominating here. You know, you had Saudi Arabia that played Qatar. That was obviously such a big blowout. It comes to kind of mind where it's like, okay, did they get a little too comfortable? Did they get a little more rusty because they weren't facing an opponent that was up to their level? Where Lebanon had a good game against Jordan, so they may have been a little bit more prepped, a little bit more ready to go ahead and face an opponent like Saudi Arabia. Nonetheless, as you can see, it was a close matchup all the way till the end of the fourth quarter. And that's when it was Lebanon that went ahead and truly differentiated themselves a little bit as they won by 4 points. Saudi Arabia on the offensive side could not crack 20 to the point where that third quarter, that third quarter was truly the deciding factor, 14-9.
Incredibly quiet for both of the teams, but yeah, defenses were working on an extra time. But that's where Lebanon got their extra points. 5 in that particular quarter and 4 at the end of the game as well. El Diablo, my God, 9 out of 10 3-pointers. No wonder he looked on point on the pitch. All while on the other side, we're well moving, and it was particularly Osama. We've seen so many threes from him. Only 1 3 out of 1 converted in this game. I think that's where half of the Saudi Arabia's firepower has gone. Osama has not been able to convert his plays.
And that's where you kind of have those possessions that might have been utilized somewhere else, especially if they're able to go ahead and get a 2 in different spots. That might have been the difference maker. But it's been great to kind of see the matchups and the shooting and all the great aspects of it. Nothing truly, really differentiating these teams. It's the little things. You get an additional rebound for Saudi Arabia. You get an additional steal for Saudi Arabia, and then they still go ahead and fall short just a little bit, and it's because of those threes that you were talking about, right? 4 more 3-point shots made by Lebanon than Saudi Arabia. That goes ahead and gives them a bit more of a cushion. So if you're Saudi Arabia in this second game, you've got to go ahead and close out a little bit more. You've got to go ahead and communicate a little bit more in terms of, okay, when they're trying to do a little pick and roll, the center's got to step up. The communication's got to be there for the rotations from the corner to the slip. All those things need to be intact if Saudi Arabia's going to have a chance to not just win the game, but win the game by 5 or more.
Well, only game is going to tell for this one, but El Diablo, I presume he will withstand any sort of pressure put on him. I'll knock on all sorts of wood, and man, if it's a caster jinx again, I'm so sorry, but he looks like to me that he is in the zone, and it's going to be hard to shake him out of that. He seems to be shooting in traffic with coverage, and yet still he puts on these threes one after another.
Here's the context. Diablo has 31 points. Here's the question. Will anyone score 30 points in game number 2? The answer is for you to let us know as you can vote in the chat. But I ask you, Jar of Jam, will anyone get more than 30 points? Now look, the question is more than 30. So it's not 30 or more. It's 31 or more. And what does Jar of Jam say?
I say that he is the Lisan Al Gaib, El Diablo. He's going to put in another 30-plus game.
We're not looking for 30 plus. We're looking for 31
Jeez,
plus.
Math.
I'm just
India.
saying.
Yes, you are just saying. 31. Okay, 32 points from El Diablo. How about that?
Okay, but what if he scores 33? I'm just messing with you. We're going to have a good one in store. I don't believe we will see anyone score 30. Yeah, figure out the arrows first. I don't believe we will see anyone score 31 points or more. I think it's going to be Saudi Arabia that's going to adjust on the defensive side like we talked about, because you can't have someone put up 31 and beat you. You've got to make him force to have other players get involved, right? He had 9 assists, so it's not like he can't find his open teammates as well. Those are the types of things that you want to see if you're Saudi Arabia. And of course, got to limit those threes. Doesn't matter who it is on the rock. You got to limit those threes. You got to create some extra turnovers to get those extra possessions. And those are the things to watch early on in that first quarter, but definitely throughout the fourth quarters, because Saudi Arabia, a reminder, does not just need to win, but they need to win by at least 4 to force a game 3, and by 5 to win the sum of 2 series and put Lebanon in the lower bracket.
That's where it gets exciting. If anything to add is that I would love to see Dima for Lebanon going back into his under the rim position. Really, at the arc, I think he's just forced being played there, and he still cuts in deep when he needs to, when the call comes in. But I've seen him more with the ball in a position that I don't think he is the most comfortable in. At the same time, whatever the game needs, whatever the game dictates, just like cover the threes, well, then everybody goes in for the paint. Covering the paint, everybody goes for the rim, and vice versa.
Well, we've got the game ready to go, so here we go. Game number 2, Saudi Arabia needs to win by 4 or more, and that's one way to get started as they go in and rip it from Lebanon. The team in white is Saudi Arabia. The team in red is Lebanon.
Looking snazzy, and once again, it is Dima on your left side of the screen. He's playing for Lebanon on his cam, and it is Osama for the Saudi Arabia on the right side. Remember the players, and Chopper just keeps on chopping on them dunks. Saudi Arabia starts the game number 2. As a reminder, Lebanon started 9-0 in the game number 1, and a dunkaroonie from Dima on that one.
Looking to emote with the down on the D-pad. Saudi Arabia looking to show their dominance the way they have in previous years, but Lebanon looking to let them know that there's a new country in town, a new king in town. Diablo on the left side, looking to get a pick from Dima, who's not able to connect on anything. He goes up with the slip, steps on the line just inside, and extends the lead to 2.
Okay, the points are points, whatever they are. And again, they found themselves an opening, and that is perfectly played. There's well moving. Eyes on him, but also the eyes on whoever is going to be open in a second. Oh, Chopper, I expected a shot. Chopper, second chance. Osama looking for 3-pointers from him, but he is covered, and Chopper finds himself once again, gets Sam a little bit of an opener, and that's a 3 Saudi Arabian lead.
5-4, Saudi Arabia. You can see the intensity on the webcams. And what a shot by Lebanon! Looked like the defender was there. The coverage seems to be open, but they knocked down the big one.
Yeah, I think Dima is happy, but it was hard to say. I think I saw a smile crack, and that's what we want to see from him. Honestly, with these 3s and everything, or 2 actually, how on earth? I guess he was 1 foot, one pinky in the line. That's how the 2 went. But both of the players that we see on the cameras are cool, calm, collected. It's yet another one gets deposited into the bucket of Saudi Arabia. 2-point lead, rather, from Lebanon.
Bit of a nice ball game that we've got here, continuing over from game number 1 as moving. switch on the rotations coming in. Oh, and they just fell asleep on the defensive side. They did really well in that right corner, who went ahead and covered the slip a little early, but he covered it. And then they just fell asleep from the left side of it. There's that rotation one more time. As Dima trying to confuse the defender, trying to go with the pick and pop, gets it to the left side of a cut. Nothing there. Back over to Dima, and they lost him.
The D in Dima's name stands for dunk, and that's what he does best. That's what I think they should be depositing him and putting them on every single time.
We'll see how often he's able to get involved on the offensive side. That one's going to be tipped away, goes out of bounds. And it's going to stay right here. Inbound. Coming over to Chopper.
You're almost giving it to the opposition player. It's be careful, man. Be careful. 3 is good. And back in the lead are Saudi Arabia. 12-11. A slow game. Honestly, at this point, nobody's going to reach 30 points because we're barely going to reach 30 points in the whole game.
Well, then let's see what the poll said. The question was, as that one gets denied, going the other way, Saudi Arabia looking for a little bit of space, finds it, drains the 3. The lead is now 4. The question was, will anyone get more than 30 points? Well, moving will. Anyone will. Dima will. Well, moving 67%. Anyone will 33%. So all chips are being put on well moving.
As you've been
Keep an
reading
eye
those,
on his.
yeah, he is doing well. But as you were reading that, and I was looking at El Dima and 0 votes for him. Dima was the one scoring. He does not. He says, "What are you voting for? I'm right here. I can do points." He tries to prove everybody wrong. India.
We'll get a chance to do just that. I'm sure all he cares about is getting the dub, as Saudi Arabia comes out ahead with the lead, and a smart thing to do here by Lebanon to go ahead and call a timeout, to slow things down, to cut the momentum in this one, and regroup as they look to claim victory in game number 2 outright, but hopefully with the spread in mind as well. As 8 on my level, 8 making that one. Ray J knocks down the 3.
A very crucial 3. As it stood just a second ago, Saudi Arabia would win this game with that 5-point differential. 5 or better is what they need to win the whole series. And these 3s are adding up and really good. Oof. Dr. Aragon gets knocked down. And I'm going to be inbounding the ball. Saudi Arabia still with the possession. 2 seconds remaining in the first quarter. Well moving. Try as he might. Cannot put this one in. Only 2 points separate the two teams. And it's not enough if Saudi Arabia wants to take the series.
Indeed. And, of course, so much basketball left. 3 quarters to decide which team is going to move on to the grand finals of this region, as the cut from the left side gets the defense sleeping. Of course, the loser of this matchup is not knocked out of the tournament. They move on to the lower bracket of this region qualifiers, and they would face the winner of Qatar and Jordan. Dima over back to the right side. Nice little give and take. Knocks down the 3 to cut the deficit down to 1.
I've noticed that Hel Diablo was not mentioned in that poll, and he is the player that I called is going to score as much as possible. This 3, optimistic, put back, not going to work out. And there's a chance for Lebanon to convert this into something else, trying to push through. Osama gets called on the foul, and so we're repositioned and start again.
Dima over to the left side. Diablo, top of the key, gets the pick. The defender's right there. Gets the slip, gets the jam.
Yes, in the lead are Lebanon, and we'll be trying to stop. Really well moving is not allowed to even cross out of this half. That's how great that setup is done. But they're running about, and oh, that's ring around the rosy. Back to well moving, gets knocked back. Ray collects it. Chance for an alley-oop. Gets stolen back the other way, and then gets pushed back. And somebody keep the possession for more than 1 second, please.
Lebanon cannot believe it. A great play. Just a careless mistake. Gets picked off the other way. That shot doesn't go, heavily contested with 56% coverage. As Diablo looking to go ahead and make something happen here. Just beyond the arc there. to take the shots, gets the slip. And that one gets blocked and denied. And that's going to go out of his... That's going to go out of bounds on the block. Doesn't go off of his body, so it's going to stay here with Lebanon.
Should. How about this? Oh, not with this fadeaway. Just not enough time, but now the timer has reset. Another attempt, and another attempt. El Diablo doesn't go for it immediately in the corner. Ray. Dima waits, and this three is good. 3-point advantage, Lebanon.
A couple of times he had the big fella that got the rebound that could have gone up with it himself. Decided to kick it out for the three. Wasn't always successful. So that's something to keep in mind is if he just goes up with it. Wow, what a finish at the rim.
Tasty. So tasty. Again, we are being treated to a 4-course meal here in India. And both of these teams are displaying their top-notch basketball. And I'm really happy that we're here and working on it. My on level does not get it, so we're going the other way now. Saudi Arabia possession.
And it's always going to be fun to see how these teams come up in the clutchest of moments that you set yourself up to success right here. Ray J. Woo, almost looked like Diablo went backcourt. Nothing there. Ray J over to the left corner. That one gets almost stripped away, but it's moving. That's going to be called for a foul.
They're trying to get that ball, but look at that. It's traffic. It's everybody is there, including Diablo. With the ball, somehow gets away from the whole thing, from the hustle and bustle. And Dima, again, not the three-pointer, but in a situation they want to convert some sort of a shot.
And the shot on the other end. Did you just have a bug fly? What happened?
No, I almost ate my microphone. I was so excited.
Gotcha. Don't do that.
Okay. Thank you. I was all ready to eat a microphone, but with your wise words.
Honestly, look,
Thank
I'm
you, man.
here anytime you want. I don't charge much. No problem at all. React Sam on the right side. Back over to moving. Give and go. Doesn't go there. 7% contested, but the early release. Back over outside. That three is good. And now it's Lebanon that has themselves a 4-point lead in this one.
They need every single one of these points that they can get. Again, that right now ahead by 8 points in a series. And as a result, they're looking for a great shot within an earshot of really going to the next stage, getting into the grand finals, where it's still not yet decided. Still only one team from this region goes in. And React Sam would like to say something against it. Saudi Arabia and Sam want to be the players moving on and going to Qatar.
Seems to be a bit more of a lower pace game compared to the previous ones we've seen as they kick it back outside. Top of the key. Fades away for the two. Gets it to go.
Again, these just technique on these shots is tremendous. Lebanon is showing what a highly technical team is looking like. Everything is working out. A three, though, is going to cut the deficit a little bit more. So with this possession, Lebanon is going to be looking for a three as well. Dima underneath and dunks it for his own good. 32-29.
2 seconds separating the shot clock and the game clock between these two. React Sam. Back over to Moving. Moving with it now. Trying to get a bucket before the half. Nothing there thus far. Keep an eye on any cuts that you might see, except that's going to be a foul to take this play inbounds now. From the right side. 9 seconds to work with. Moving. Right corner was spanking open. Decides to take it himself, and he knocks it down.
With 2.2 seconds left, Lebanon might try for something. Ooh, on the side, and the arch does not go through. They tried. Boy, did they try. But it is tie game going into the second half. 32-32. Series score still 4 points in favor of Lebanon, but this point differential is fickle. And any sort of a great three plus a steal, and everything is just topsy-turvy.
You do have Saudi Arabia that's looking to keep this one nice and close as we head to a third quarter. Tied up at 32 apiece. We now have 2 quarters of basketball left to see who's going to go to the grand finals in this regional qualifiers of the Middle East. Kicking it back outside as well. Moving has the cut inside from Khalid's. Nothing there. Back over to Osama. Has the slip. Shoots that pass. Not going to go. Osama somehow comes up with the rebound. And that's going to be a shot and a foul. And shooting three now.
All right, first one goes in. And honestly, Saudi Arabia are going to take it. It was incredibly hard to get past anything past Lebanon. So honestly, on the free throws where nobody's contesting you, perfect opportunity to do so. El Diablo, Ray Dima, he is already waiting there. Oh, him and the rim of Saudi Arabia are best friends. Gives it a hug. Gives the 2 points back. We're tied again.
Looks like that shot from the right side that was fouled was a 2 instead of a 3. Defenders in the air. That ball is tipped away. That shot goes in. And it's going to be Saudi Arabia with that one. Diablo coming over to the left side. Meets the defender. Looking to get away. He's not able to go in and get too open. Had a wide open shot, but the late release doesn't help. Saudi Arabia. Oh, Lebanon did not want him to go ahead and chuck up that 3, so they go ahead and foul him from behind.
It's going to be time for hugs, but that time is, well, sort of now, seeing as they needed to stop him. And they needed to stop Chopper because he is as tall as the redwood tree. And when he comes to your rim, he's going to be getting results. 4 points, and we're tied in the series. It's the third quarter of the second game. El Diablo from underneath the basket. He's usually on the outside. This time he cuts in, and he makes his name known.
That's exactly what this tournament is all about. You got to bring your game and not your name. 5% contested is no problem. As Saudi Arabia, they know they've got to win by 5 or more. Diablo on the left side kicks it out. Oh, that shot doesn't go. He was wide, spanking open. But the late timing doesn't help. As Chopper kicks it back outside to Moving. Moving and grooving, looking for a little bit of space. 10 seconds to work with on the shot clock. The cut from the left side is covered. Nothing there thus far. Has to go out and wing it for some help, and he gets it. His prayers get answered with a big 3 and a timeout called by Lebanon to slow down the momentum as they've been outscored 12-4 in this third quarter.
This needs a big T, just 60 seconds of waiting and talking it out. Ray did not believe he's going to receive that pass, but finally converts it in the end. Lebanon allowed Saudi Arabia to get back in the game, and again, this point differential is not boding well for the team in red. 3 is good, and we are 9 points in this game, and things are looking smooth for Saudi Arabia.
Indeed, they are. Diablo gets it down low to Dima. Dima with it now. 2 minutes left to go. Wide open shot from Arrogant, and he... Oh, come on. Come on. What?
I love how they fooled me as well. Again, I suppose it's very easy to fool me. I'm not a professional player. But like, Dima is cutting in. He should be the target for the pass. All in the meantime, it is that player on the arc who's opening it up. And this 3 is very important, cutting the lead down to only 7 points. But on the other hand, it's possession for Saudi Arabia, and they score more than they miss.
And, of course, that point differential truly is what it's going to come down to in that fourth quarter. We'll remind you of all that good stuff, but for now, it's Chopper. Top of the key. Osama to the left side. That shot doesn't go. Rebound secured.
And a foul on that player. So no immediate 2. The problem is now they can go for another 3. They have 12 seconds to do so. And Well Moving and Osama have been putting on the points in this game number 2. Well moved, just barely, but he tips it in.
Diablo. Tiptoeing the left side. Has the space. Doesn't go ahead and knock it. And my apologies, had the space when the defender was behind it, but a second teammate came over to help him on the defensive side to get the contest. That one gets denied at the rim, but they call a foul. The ref thought it was too much contact. Choppa goes in for the free throw. 44 seconds. Misses the second one. Could come up huge when it comes down to the spread. That's ain't on my level. Goes ahead and gets fouled.
Alrighty. How are his free throw abilities? Gets the first one. We'll convert both of them 8 points. Every single possession counts. We're only in the third quarter as well, so there's still going to be plenty of time in the fourth one to swap things around. But Lebanon, they're in the ditch, and Chopper continues to dig in it even deeper.
And see if they're able to go ahead and dig themselves out of a hole. 3 seconds separating the shot clock and the game clock. Diablo gets it down low for the slip, and that one gets blocked! Saudi Arabia with a big block in return. Now they're looking to get something going on the offensive side. Already a 10-point lead. No shot clock. Game clock to 5 seconds to end out the third quarter. What do they have up their sleeves? Takes a shot. That one's not going to go. And to the fourth quarter we go. In the third, there was Saudi Arabia that scored 20 and Lebanon that scored 10. In the fourth quarter, we've got a spread of 4. So Saudi Arabia needs to win by 5 or more points, and they're sitting pretty, especially after that defensive play.
What can they do on this first possession in the fourth quarter? Well moving. It just collects 3 players onto him, but when the pass comes out, it does not matter. In the end, 2 for him. Was just a little bit too inside the arc, but even 2 points, every single one is going to be counting. Hell, Diablo needs to pull up his best game that he ever has played if Lebanon has any chance of getting anything out of this game. Same goes for Dima. He needs to be dunking every single thing that gets dished out to him.
Hit the gym. That guy got pushed out of bounds. Saudi Arabia moving. Looking for a little bit of space. Comes back out, requests a slip. Gets the cut from the right. That one's blocked by Lebanon. Oh, my goodness. Every single time Lebanon looks to make a big play, the ref says, Boop. Shooting 2.
I see.
Hey, whoa. Okay. Did you see him point?
Yeah.
I don't know what that was for.
Me neither. But it feels like Osama has switched his free throw style as well again. Just doing the silliest things ever. Dima dunk! And Lebanon gets those 2 points. Incredibly needed 2 points.
We'll see if they're able to go ahead and cut into this deficit the way that they need to, or else they'll be moving on to the lower bracket. And, of course, we're talking about Lebanon. Need a defensive stop here. On the offensive side is Saudi Arabia in white, Lebanon in red, doing jumping jacks. They are in the corner. Dima looking to get back and get the rebound, and he does. He said, I'll do jumping jacks if I want. I'll get the rebounds if I want, and I'll dish it for the fast break for the easy two if I want.
Wow, it's from, you wanted a full court shot. That was a full court pass right to underneath the rim. Well, moving gets denied. Chopping. React Sam and Chopper again fouled. They're forced to play like this. Otherwise, they're unstoppable.
Less than 5 3-point shots converted for Lebanon. Not a team that struggles from the 3-point line. They have so far. That one gets blocked from behind one more time. We've seen some great blocks from both of these teams, but especially Saudi Arabia as of late. 3 minutes left to go. Saudi Arabia are looking pretty to extend themselves into the grand finals that will be played tomorrow. Lebanon says, hold your horses. We might have something to say about that. They cut it down to a 7-point deficit. They had a +4. So really now we're looking at a 3-point ball game. That's an illegal screen, and we're going the other way.
Oh, that's good. That is a manna from heaven from Lebanon. Need more threes. Need absolutely going for more threes. Right now, they're, again, threes-wise, this game I think has been a little bit slow, but I guess that's why the scoreline is perhaps a little bit too low than we were expecting. But there's Diablo. Oh, that was highly contested. Dima on the putback. Oh, he makes it work. Still a 5-point differential, but they need to create something on each possession and create extra possessions if they want to get anything out of this game.
Moving. Takes that shot. Not going to go. Rebound secured by Lebanon. Down by 5. And a chance to make it a 1-possession ball game as that one gets tipped.
All right, Lebanon, you have it. What can you do with it? Who's going to be the player to score the next bucket? Ray, we're just underneath. I'm looking. Dima, okay. Hell Diablo. No, it's just Ray. Out of nowhere, 3-point game. And right now, it's Lebanon that's moved on through.
Moving over to the left side. Gets it over to the left corner. Didn't want to take the shot. Goes ahead and takes it to the rim. 5 points.
Yeah, Indy, I'm living permanently Tissot clutch time because this is just it. Thank you very much. This has been close throughout the whole thing. Dr. Arrogant with the ball passes it down. El Diablo just tries to break the ankles of everybody he meets, but not on this particular attempt. Dima runs around, tries to create an opening, maybe a cut for him. They swap around. That's a tough shot, but they're hoping for Dima to get it. He does. Timeout. Lebanon is going to start from a set piece.
And we'll see what drop the play they have. 65-61, a 4-point differential, a 4-point victory for Lebanon. They go ahead and inbound it here. A minute 17 left in this one. Throws the slip and they get the slam. And now it is a 3-point lead for Saudi Arabia. If this game, folks, ends in a 4-point differential in favor of Saudi Arabia, we will be heading to a game 3. Any other result, one of these teams is getting knocked out, and who it's going to be is still up for air. Had the slam dunk, kicked it out to Osama. Osama dribbling. Osama misses that one. Rebound secured. Foot inside, gets the 2, and that's a 5-point lead now for Saudi Arabia.
Okay, 2 threes all work for Lebanon right now. But as far as they can create even more possession, more chances, they're going to be looking for every single one of them. Dima, you never want to take eyes off of him. It's close. It's still incredibly uncomfortable for Lebanon, but they have a chance. And I want to see what it's going to be. My God, this is clutchiest of the clutch times.
This is where timeouts come into play. This is where free throws and intentional fouling will come into play. Goes ahead and gets a cut from the right side. Now it's +1 in favor of Saudi Arabia. This is the time for the clutchest of moments. It's your Tissot clutch time. Who's going to show up? Who's going to show out when their name gets called? It's Diablo that goes to the right and cuts inside. And now it's Lebanon that is +1. It's Saudi Arabia. There is no shot clock. It is only the game clock. They need a bucket. A 2 will get the job done. A 3 will get the job done. It's going away. Lebanon with the steal. Saudi Arabia with the foul.
They have to. They absolutely have to. Otherwise, it's see you later.
They've got to go ahead and inbound this and try to just... Oh, man, I'm surprised they didn't run around. I swear to... Bro, if this dude misses one and makes one.
There's
hey,
one.
Bro.
breathe. Come on. Both of
Diablo
them are good.
Comes down to this. 2.7.
Timeouts.
Goes ahead. It went out of bounds. It got tipped out of bounds. Saudi Arabia is up by 1. They need a 3 to force a game 3. Are they going to go ahead and get it? They go for the 3 on the other side, and a quick foul by Lebanon to put them inbounding it one more time. Again, Saudi Arabia needs a 3 to force a game 3, and they inbound it inside. And they're going to head to the line to shoot 2.
Oh, that's his well moving with that. I don't know how to describe it. A hook shot. That's 2. 3-point game, but it is not enough for Saudi Arabia. It is not enough. Yeet!
Oh, and he got it! That ball went in!
You're kidding me.
That ball went in. That ball went in. Forget the game. Forget what happened. I don't care. That ball went in. But wow. What a great matchup. I got to turn the lights on because the lights were bright for them. The lights got to be bright for me. I got to look pretty. What a great game by Lebanon to go ahead and bounce back. Remember, in that third quarter, they were outscored 20-10, but they fought back in the fourth quarter to make it a close enough game. And that's why, ladies and gentlemen, this sum of 2 is that much more important, and it really sets the stage to figure out the best teams that's going to move forward. And in this case, it's Lebanon that we will see in the grand finals.
I think well-deserved with the way they showed their play. Amazing. I'm not sure if we're going to see that final shot because we got cut away, but again, working from the very start of game number 1 right until into game number 2, Lebanon has been putting on shots. Dima and El Diablo were the players to watch, but the rest of the 3 have been supporting them well. Dima has cut back into this position of a center, scoring points in the paint. All the while, El Diablo perhaps had a dip in his performance with his threes, but has found his footing and once again has been looking great.
Man, oh man, what a ball game. A 4-point victory for Lebanon in game 1. And then they come out victorious in the series because of it as well. Because Saudi Arabia only won by 1 point in game number 2. Just an outstanding battle between both of these teams. That third quarter was a tough one for Lebanon, but they fought back in the fourth to make it a much closer of a ball game. As you see right here, a 3-point victory, but they needed a 4-point victory to push it to overtime and a 5-point victory to move on to the grand finals. Just outstanding job by Lebanon in that fourth.
Again, double-double is for El Diablo with points and assists, and Dima with points and rebounds. Again, he was instrumental. He tried just 1 3 this time around. It didn't go in. That's perfectly fine. He's not the player to rely on. But overall, it was a quiet game for the 3 shooters. Majority of the points came in from the paint. A lot of them came from free throws. Saudi Arabia, 7 out of 8. And it bodes well for their play, but they're going to be clawing their way back from the lower bracket, though.
Indeed, they are, and we will talk about that here shortly. A double-double for Diablo, a double-double for Dima, and that is all she wrote as Lebanon is going to move on to the grand finals of the Middle East region, and they are now 2 victories away from getting their ticket punched to Qatar. The road for Saudi Arabia looks a little different, because they now have to go ahead and wait to see the winner of Qatar and Jordan, and then they will play that winner, and then if they win that one, they go in and meet Lebanon once again in the grand finals in a best of 3. But because it's the best of 2, it's Lebanon that moves on here. Give me your thoughts. We're going to get an interview here shortly, but give me your thoughts on this matchup so far.
Loved it. Absolutely loved it, and I couldn't have imagined it going any better. It's incredibly fun. Saudi Arabia and Lebanon were match close on paper. They had back and forth results in pre-qualifiers, and right now, they delivered that particular game. The fact that we had to go clutch time so early means a lot and speaks volumes for the fact how close this game has been.
And what better man to speak with than Mohammed, a.k.a. Dima, the man who had a triple-double in this tournament, the man who's got the Lebanon flag behind him. How's it going, brother?
It's going good, man. It's going good. Feeling happy, feeling good. The weather is good finally in Poland. You know, it's -10 for a while. Today is 5 degrees. You can see the sun, so I know it's going to be a good day, you know. So.
Well, if you're playing as hot as you are, the weather has to represent and reflect that as well. Talk me through the triple-double that you had. What does it take, and how were you able to get that here?
Well, I mean, the game was going smooth. I was like just giving fast breaks to my teammates, grabbing rebounds, scoring from time to time. And then to a certain point, I saw like I have 8 assists. So my teammates were like, okay, like look at Dima, almost triple-double. So they were supporting me to help me to get this triple-double. So that's what actually happened. So that's how I actually got it. Thanks to my teammates, of course.
Beautiful. Well, you were built as the number 2 team in the region, and well, it's still not over. There's still tomorrow, and you need to beat whoever comes in from the lower bracket again. How do you approach this matchup versus Saudi Arabia, knowing that at least everybody thinks you are maybe the 2nd team? What does it take to beat them?
I mean, first of all, full GGs to Saudi Arabia. They are a tough team as well. They've been dominating the region for a while. But now with this, our new lineup now, like we came with the food, like we came with the mindset that it's time to be over. It's for Lebanon now to take over this region. So that's what we're trying to do, to take over this region and like to tell Saudi Arabia, step aside now, leave it for someone else. Let us.
One of the great things about this tournament is the country pride, and obviously you've showed it not just with Lebanon that you're representing, but the flag behind you as well. What does it mean for you to represent Lebanon at the biggest stage in this game?
I mean, yes, I don't live in Lebanon right now. I live in Europe, but I've been raised in Lebanon. I lived all my life in Lebanon, my family in Lebanon. So everything I can do for my country, Lebanon, I would do no matter what. I feel very, very lucky to represent my country, and that's what I'm doing. I'm so happy to represent my country, like really, really, really happy. Through all the things going, like economics and like all the problems going through. So it feels really well to represent it.
Maybe continuing on the country pride, Lebanon, maybe a lot of people don't know about the country. What is the number one thing that Lebanese people are proud for?
Proud for, like actually sports, because there's nothing in this country right now that actually makes you happy through all the problems going through. So sports and like basketball, number one in the country, not only in e-gaming or like in eFIBA, but actually in FIBA in the Middle East. Lebanon has been conquering the Middle East for a while in real life basketball, and that's what's trying to do in eFIBA as well, to continue this legacy of what the IRL team is doing. So this is what we're proud.
Well, before we go ahead and let you go, we'd love for you to speak to the folks at home in whatever native language you want. Just don't get us in trouble. Don't get us fired. But I know you've got supporters in the chat that have been rooting you on. The floor is yours for a quick second to tell them thanks.
First of all, like I want to thank all the people in the chat that were like actually supporting us. Secondly, I really wanna shout out my teammates. Like this is the biggest shout I can give is my teammates first before anyone else. Especially to Joseph, to Face Baby, who's the captain, who's been like really trying so hard to make this team works, making everyone like each other, live with each other, and like accept each other. Secondly, I wanna also shout out to everyone, but to our new member is Ray J, that you can also see with Ray J. He gave us like a little bit a step forward to actually be where we are right now. And of course, El Diablo has been all of his years has been playing well.
Yeah.
You know, my level and Dr. Arrogant also, they are great players. But like biggest shout out to the captain, to Face Baby.
Well, we can't let you go without seeing the cat. So I'm gonna need you to move your chair, do whatever you gotta do.
Okay.
We gotta see the, or is that not gonna be possible? It's up to you.
No, it's fine. I mean, I got 5 cats. Which one do you want to see? The one,
You know what?
Available.
I say you just grab as many and whoever you want.
Okay.
Why not?
Okay.
We'll give you a couple of seconds,
second.
and while he does that, I expected to see 1 cat.
Yeah.
Maybe 2 cats.
Then he reveals the second one. Then he goes off the screen for a third one.
Let's go with this one first. I have three Labradors that would like to say,
3 Labradors too. My
This one
goodness,
first.
India, we're being treated
say
over
hi,
here.
Andy.
I love it.
Okay.
I love it. Well, I've only got a quick second, so you can go and show us those cats. There you go.
That's it.
Oh my
I
God.
love it.
Black as the night, this one. Oh.
Okay, you want to see more? There's more actually. If you want to see, like, I'm living in a zoo right here, so.
I mean, you clearly are.
Listen, I would like to see she was sleeping, so.
Oh.
This is amazing.
Yeah.
And, you know, we talk about the game of 2K being 5-on-5, but apparently it's 8-on-5 with the type of support you've had. Congratulations once again,
Thanks, man.
Dima. No wonder you got the triple-double. You've got all the helps of the kitty
Yes,
cats
sir.
behind
Yes, sir.
you. Congratulations again to
Yes,
you
sir.
and the team. And, brother, we will see you in the grand finals tomorrow.
I see you. Thank you so much for the interview. Thank you for everything. I'll see you later.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And that was great. You know, sometimes your interviews, you get to improv and see what happens. And it's great that he has that many cats and dogs in the house.
I got the biggest smile on my face right there, even though I got more than I bargained for. Oh, show us the cat. 8 animals. A dog there as well. Love it.
I'm just surprised he didn't pull out like a rhino, a snake, an elephant, a kangaroo, or anything else out of his back pocket. But that was incredible. That was amazing to see. Give me your thoughts on this one.
Oh, the whole thing, amazing. Once again, honored to be here. We had a great day with you, India. And there's a second day to go as well. We're not done yet. The matter of fact is Middle East still has to figure out who is going to Qatar, booking that ticket. But today we have seen 2 teams incredibly close matched. Saudi Arabia and Lebanon. We see that the both of them are just... If we give them 100 games, I think it's going to end up incredibly close, and T-Cell Clutch Time is not going to go away from our screens. We've got Jordan, who honestly had a great chance versus Lebanon, but you could see that the game plans for Jordan were not enough to beat Lebanon. Again, Nemo, love what you're doing, and the point that you're scoring are great, but he seems to be the only outing for it. At Qatar, honestly, a round of applause for Qatar's team who showed up versus the strongest team, one of the strongest team right here in the qualifier, and did their best. So we're going to be seeing how they're performing tomorrow in the lower bracket.
All right, well, let's go ahead and show you the final bracket just so you know what to expect tomorrow and how we got here. Saudi Arabia wins game 1. They go ahead and move on to game number 3. Lebanon wins game 2, so they move on to game number 3. And it was Lebanon that comes out victorious in game number 3, so they move on to the grand finals. Tomorrow, here's what you can expect. Game 4 between Qatar and Jordan in the lower bracket. The winner of that moves on to face Saudi Arabia. The loser of Qatar and Jordan gets to go ahead and get eliminated. And then the winner of Game 5 between Qatar/Jordan and Saudi Arabia will get to face Lebanon in the grand finals. That's the way we've gotten here thus far, and that's where we are headed tomorrow. You heard the final thoughts from my man Jar of Jam, my man, my buddy. You've been amazing. I appreciate you coming on and absorbing the game and your insights and everything else. It's been tremendous, and I appreciate you. But you get to hang out with me tomorrow. Folks, thank you so much for joining us on behalf of myself, Jar of Jam, and our producers and directors, and everyone else behind the scenes that made this show possible. We thank you for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Superstar disco, superstar disco.